All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our 2022 Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference workshop, Hydrogen in the High North, Decarbonizing Fuels. I see that people are joining us. It's great to have you with us. I am Dr. Erin Whitney, Director of the Solar Technologies Program at the Alaska Center for Energy and Power at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Thanks so much for joining us. As we shared yesterday, this series of 4 virtual workshops is being held monthly as 2 half-day Zoom sessions free of charge, leading up to the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference, which is happening in person May 24th through 26th at the Denina Center in Anchorage, Alaska. Our first virtual workshop, Nuclear Energy in Alaska, was held in February. The second virtual workshop, Ocean and River Energy in Alaska, was held in March. We have this one today, and then our 4th and final workshop, Electrify Everything, will be held in May. And you can find out more information again at www.alaskasustainableenergy.com to register. Today, our incredible lineup of presentations and panelists continues as we explore hydrogen carrier fuels with regard to projects and future possibilities, as well as some synthesis, deep dives, and opportunities. This will include experts' perspectives on the most compelling and unique use cases from yesterday, the most pressing questions we still need to answer for Alaska, and also on partnership opportunities with national lab colleagues, as well as other states and even other countries. So we're going to sort of broaden our perspective today and synthesize the huge amount of information that we all received yesterday. I don't know about you, but my head was certainly spinning. We are also very, very excited to welcome remarks at different points this morning from the Director of Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Office at the U.S. Department of Energy, Dr. Sunita Satyapal, as well as our very own Governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy. So please stay tuned. I think both of them will be joining us live. Again, just a few housekeeping items. Please introduce yourself in the chat. Let us know your name and the organization you're from. Our presenters have created presentations as engaging as possible, so please continue to participate in the polls, submit your questions via the chat, and join in our activities throughout the morning here. And if you're having any difficulties whatsoever with the audio or trouble viewing the presentation, please send a direct chat message to event support. You'll find that under the participants listing, and you'll get some assistance there. All attendees will be muted, and you may submit your questions or comments by using the chat feature, and our moderators will read the questions to the panelists at the end of each panel. Also, as a reminder, the recording of this workshop will be available on the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference website, again at www.alaskasustainableenergy.com/virtual-workshop. And that will be at a later date, hopefully as soon as possible. So please continue to check back for more information. And again, we are glad that you are here with us live today. All right, before we dive into today's sessions, we are going to have a brief recap about what we learned yesterday. We are going to invite our 3 discussants or moderators back to answer some questions around making, moving, and storing hydrogen. So yesterday's session 2 was designed to get us thinking about what's possible and what people are doing outside of Alaska and what we can learn from some of those use cases. We saw hydrogen used in microgrids. We saw hydrogen produced and exported from Norway. We talked about carbon capture and storage. We changed gears and we talked about hydrogen for heat. And then we talked about various green hydrogen applications, as well as modular ammonia production. So we really covered the whole gambit. And if you're like me, you might have been thinking, I wonder if we can do some of that in Alaska. So we are going to kick off the first half hour this morning with our 3 discussants, going back to that hydrogen value chain that I presented in my discussion. I don't know if you remember, we had production, and then we had delivery and storage, and then conversion and application. So we are going to bring everyone on here, and we are just going to walk through what the Alaska-specific challenges and opportunities are that emerged from yesterday's use cases with respect to making, moving, and storing hydrogen. And I think that will set the stage for the rest of our panels today and get us all back into the swing of things. So it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. David Lockard, infrastructure engineer at the Alaska Energy Authority, although he looks like he's in outer space. Mr. Bruno Bruno, regional director at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and the Cold Climate Housing Research Center. And then also Mr. Chris Rose, founder and executive director of the Renewable Energy Alaska Project. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today, and thank you also for helping us out yesterday. So far, it's been a terrific experience. So here's how I'd like to start. I mentioned that we're going to dive into these buckets of making and moving and storing hydrogen. So what I'd like to do is take the first bucket, making hydrogen, and we'll take turns hearing your perspectives and maybe have a bit of discussion. What were your takeaways, whether expected or unexpected, with regard to producing hydrogen in Alaska, considering some of the possible use cases we heard yesterday, as well as others that perhaps were not mentioned? So that's our first question, and I'd like to just go each of you one at a time and hear your perspectives. So I think we'll start with Chris, and then we may mix it up as we get to the other questions. So Chris, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think my internet froze a little bit here. My perspective on making hydrogen is that we need to also make a lot more renewable energy. Our Agrium fertilizer plant down in Nikiski shut down some years ago. It was making hydrogen, and then it was making it into ammonia and then fertilizer from natural gas because the natural gas was so expensive. Cooking like gas is about twice as expensive as the gas in the lower 48. And if you'd asked me about that last summer, I would have said it was 3 times more expensive than the gas in the lower 48. Prices are starting to even out around the world now, but it's very expensive gas. We have the full suite of renewables in Alaska, and we have to have policy to point in that direction of producing a lot more renewable energy. Right now, we have a bill in the legislature that would require 80% renewable electricity by 2040. That's a relatively modest goal compared to many other states. It's absolutely possible. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory has already looked at parts of that proposal and found that we could get to 80% renewable from about 20% in the rail belt right now without any impact on grid stability. It would also save us $400 or $500 million a year in natural gas costs. So I think the opportunity for us to exploit local renewable resources is vast, but we have to have some kind of policy to point us there. We can't make hydrogen. It's a moot point talking about moving it and storing it.
Okay, thank you for that, Chris. David, how about you? Oh, I think you're muted.
I'm intrigued by Chris's comments, and so maybe I'll start with what I was going to finish with. I agree with him on the policy issue. One of the comments I noted down yesterday was that 90 countries have hydrogen strategies, and I think Alaska should have a hydrogen strategy as well as the U.S. I also agree with him about renewables, and that kind of leads to maybe my primary takeaway and comments today. We need to have a reason for pursuing hydrogen. And I won't speak for everybody, but I think a large part of that for most people is greenhouse gas reductions. You can accomplish greenhouse gas reductions with other things, as Chris mentioned, renewable energy. I would add energy efficiency, and some people put that under renewable energy, megawatts. So I would encourage this group to really focus on what we're trying to accomplish, identify those goals, and then see how hydrogen fits into it. And for me, it's greenhouse gas reduction. Hydrogen is part of the answer. In many cases, it's not the most effective or economic answer. And but in some cases it is. the alternatives are, aside from energy efficiency, as far as energy storage goes, batteries. But one of the things I mentioned yesterday that really intrigues me is that Bradley Lake Hydro, owned by the state of Alaska, has more than 200 gigawatt hours of energy storage behind the dam. You're never going to have a battery that size in Alaska, probably nowhere in the world. And it is an amazing energy resource. So I think we need to put it in perspective, and particularly with regards to the economics. One of the things that I probably don't agree with so much with Chris on is that if there were a pipeline from the North Slope bringing natural gas to South Central, and it could be used to produce hydrogen or ammonia the way that Nick Simoniak described, I think that would serve many of the goals of many Alaskans. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bruno.
Well, I was thinking about the renewable portfolio legislation that Chris mentioned that the governor introduced to the legislature this year, and it's a huge opportunity for Alaska. And I think the export of hydrogen is absolutely, on the table as a game changer for the state with renewable resources like no other single state. Thinking about tidal energy potential, I think that's something like 10 times what our rail belt supply currently is. I think that's amazing. But as far as hydrogen, and I sort of think about how will we see it in our everyday life, like we do fossil fuels today, like we look at how we fill up our tanks on our cars, or natural gas bills, or filling oil tanks for those of us who heat with, heating oil. And I think about, thinking from big down to home, how does it impact my everyday life? I think about as we decarbonize our energy systems and using green electrons to replace dirty electrons or fossil, supplied by fossil fuels for powering our buildings. This is where it's interesting to me, because 80% of Alaskan household energy goes towards space heating. And the numbers are similar for commercial buildings, but the bottom line is the hardest nut to crack in this situation as we think about this clean energy transition. I think it's heating. And so mostly we've been looking at heat pumps to support this, right? So we've got like cold climate air source heat pumps, which are amazing. We can pull heat from the air. Right now, you get them off the shelf that work down to minus 15 Fahrenheit. We're pulling, 15 degrees out, 15 below outside. You can make it warm enough to be comfortable in your house, on the inside of your house. It's a magic refrigeration. I think we'd be hard pressed. My opinion is we'd be hard pressed ever to see anything really cost effective in that realm that's effectively below 25 Fahrenheit. And it's affordable. But the trouble is, what you can see here is like it's only going to work in shoulder seasons. But the nice thing is, hey, you're using green electrons to power. That's one way of decarbonizing. Then, of course, you can use ground source heat pumps, which pull heat from the ground. Is much more expensive. The thing that just got me the most excited here was the discussion, with Janet, and that, this idea of a hydrogen boiler that's burning hydrogen as a fuel. I think that's the ideal solution for cold climates. That's the way I think that it's a way that we could all, sort of see hydrogen or feel it in our daily lives when we wake up in the morning. It's on a path towards development, but you're creating heat. It's carbon free. The technology at this point is still in the manufacturing side, the commercial applications, and closest to that, I think, would be district heating for the communities. I think it could be a game changer for communities that already use district heating. It could be a game changer for those who decide to implement district heating, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that develops. So that's the way I like to look at it.
Terrific. Great perspectives. I really appreciate those different perspectives. Let's move on to the second bucket, which is delivery and moving hydrogen either around the state or outside the state to export it. What about takeaways there and or challenges or opportunities that you see for Alaska in that delivery and moving and transport phase? And let's mix it up here. David, do you mind if I call on you first here? And you're still muted.
So to my mind, ammonia is a very attractive way to transport hydrogen. We have existing infrastructure. It's less toxic. The codes and standards for handling it are well developed. I'm not aware of any serious problems with the codes as long as the safety standards are followed. It can be used for a variety of applications. You can even inject ammonia into diesel engines that have been modified for that purpose, and improve the efficiency that way. So that is something that is of interest to me. It may have application in rural Alaska. Another way that may not be quite so obvious of moving and transporting hydrogen would be to mix it with hydrocarbons. You can blend hydrogen with natural gas and use it in existing infrastructure. This is kind of at the edge of my understanding of the chemistry, but I believe you can also do that with other hydrocarbon fuels. So those are the ways that come to my mind. And as you can tell, a little bit of my background in bulk fuel tank storage may be coming out there.
Right. Thank you. Bruno, what about you? How do we get hydrogen to these homes so they can burn our hydrogen boilers? What's that going to be?
All right. We didn't discuss it explicitly yesterday, but, again, in speaking with Janet, I think initially it could look like having a propane tank outside your house, or, perhaps even pipes like natural gas, and as far as, I asked about, what about safety concerns? Okay, it's explosive, but of course so is gasoline, so is natural gas. My understanding, of course, is that the safety concerns for hydrogen are no different, no worse, but perhaps even better than what we have to implement for safety for natural gas. So I think that's pretty much how I would see it, as far as delivery and impact to our daily lives. I mean, we already do this. You can go to California, right? You go to California and drive up with hydrogen, powered fuel cell powered car and pump it, right? So it's I could see it being very similar for our homes.
Right, except that especially for our remote communities, we're not necessarily going to drive tankers of hydrogen out to them. So that is something to think about there, which I'm sure you already have. Chris, what are your thoughts on moving and delivery of hydrogen, either within the state or outside of the state?
Well, I agree with what both David and Bruno said. The other thing that really came to my mind when I was listening to the presentations yesterday is all the shipping that we have in Alaska and all the shipping we could have in Alaska, all the issues we have with our current shipping. I just actually ran into somebody yesterday who was starting to get really concerned about more cruise ships plugging in Southeast Alaska, which of course strains the small grids in Southeast, often makes those grids burn diesel, ironically, so the boats don't have to burn fuel. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity for us to be thinking about niche applications of hydrogen as we get going, so that we learn to understand how to use it, move it around, and so on. I was also very impressed with the presentations on ammonia yesterday, and in particular what Joe Beach was talking about with the modularization of smaller and smaller, and I think probably easier to apply types of ammonia devices. So ammonia has been around a long time. It's been used as a fuel for a long time. It might be making a comeback, and I think that along with the shipping opportunities we got in the state is maybe one area we want to look. And I also agree with what David said earlier about having a hydrogen vision. That's part of an overall energy policy, which the state of Alaska does not have yet.
Okay. David, looks like you want to say something.
Well, I think we would be remiss not to mention the differences between the metallurgy required for hydrogen storage in tanks and also transportation and pipelines compared to, for example, propane or natural gas. And again, this is not my area of expertise, but I understand that because the hydrogen molecules are so small, they require special coatings on tanks and pipelines, which increases the cost I understand that titanium is one of the coatings that works. Erin, you may know more about this than I do, but I actually think that's probably a significant factor, both the technology and the cost in any discussion of storage and transportation of hydrogen.
Thank you. Yeah. Hydrogen is a very small molecule. For comparison, helium is similar in size to hydrogen, and it's used for leak detection because it can make it out of those small little, pores and cracks in materials. Bruno, would you like to add something related to delivery?
Yeah, I think, I guess the thing that comes to my mind is I think about all these stranded renewables that we have in the state, right? This vast resource of, wind and coastline and limited, access. And to me, I'm saying this with the caveat that this part is not my expertise, but it seems like this is a new opportunity to access some of these stranded renewable resources. Say, for instance, you've got an area with, a region with a bunch of wind turbines, and, some way you could, I'm simplifying to say, hey, with some kind of electrolyzer where you get your wind turbines filling the tank with hydrogen and kind of swap out the tanks, thinking again, like we do at home, right? Fill out the propane tank. And to me, it seems like that's a interesting opportunity to pursue.
Instead of building transmission lines, make hydrogen.
Exactly.
Yeah, and just to add to what Bruno said, as the Arctic gets developed, which is going to, for better or worse, the Arctic is going to continue to get developed as the sea lanes open up. That really opens up a lot of opportunity for us to be siting new installations and new settlements really next to the energy. We've never really thought about doing that before. I think that's another way to start looking at the infrastructure development, is making sure that we site it as close to possible to these stranded renewables, and then they're no longer stranded. Likewise, you can bring potentially industry to those spots that have a ton of renewables, a suite of renewables.
Thank you. Our last bucket is storage, and David provided a little bit of a segue, thinking about metallurgical challenges related to hydrogen storage. We also heard about carbon capture yesterday. What thoughts do you have about the challenges and opportunities there for us? And Bruno, I'm going to start with you this time.
Opportunities and storage of challenges of the storage side. I think that I think you've exhausted what I could say about that. I think, again, from the end user standpoint, I think at some point we're going to figure out a way to store it on site until we have a delivery system that may be piped. What would be the challenges of that? I can tell you the challenge of that would be in rural Alaska. That's if rural Alaska embraces this as a path forward, that's going to be probably a tough nut to crack, particularly distribution of it. It's complicated to distribute anything, as far as whether it's power lines or water sewage lines. You add hydrogen lines to that in these places, it just gets complicated. We know that. So I think that's where we probably need to put some focus and thought into solving.
Okay. Chris, did you want to add anything more to the conversation about storage?
Sure. Well, I think to Bruno's point, one idea is to consider in rural Alaska local production, so you're not moving it to that community, if possible. Now, that's certainly better if you don't have to move it. Also in rural Alaska, I just think we need to think about the capacity building that needs to be done for any new technology. There needs to be training. There needs to be people who can operate and maintain, and also think about optimizing systems over time. And I don't think that always is the top of the list when we talk about new technologies, is the people that have to maintain it. That's got to be a crucial element of any strategy that we're moving forward with.
Thank you. And David, I'll let you have the final word.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd like to emphasize that hydrogen is energy storage. It's not a fuel you drill into the ground and get out of the ground. It's I mean, I think in some ways it is a fuel as well, but I think it's valuable to think of it as a means of storing energy that has advantages over, for example, batteries. To the points that were made about rural energy, that is kind of, for hydrogen itself, my vision is that it would be produced in a rural village, probably with excess wind. We're after 20 plus years of experience, the wind projects in rural Alaska are much more sophisticated and successful than they used to be. AVEC is a good example. They actually are installing I shouldn't say oversight, but larger wind turbines, and they're curtailing the output for a variety of reasons, stability of energy production, for example. But the excess output that you could get from some of those EWT 900s could be used to produce hydrogen that would be stored locally in a hydrogen tank and then available to, for example, inject into the intake manifold of a diesel genset. So that's my thought there. I would also say that even though it's complicated, the existing infrastructure and logistics for delivering diesel fuel to villages is quite successful. And it could be used for ammonia delivery as well. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, great. Chris, something to add?
Yeah, just one thing. When David talked about the ground and then injection, it reminded me of the presentation and all the geological formations that we've got in the state where we could possibly re-inject carbon. I guess my only takeaway from that was that the presenter kind of previewed his presentation by saying he was not an expert in sequestration. And there was a lot of discussion about the concern that the CO2 could still escape. And so I think we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in thinking that we've just got this perfect place to inject CO2. It may actually work out, but I think it seems like we've got a lot more investigation to do to confirm that that would be a possibility.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate the synthesizing comments. I think you've taken the material from yesterday and sort of worked it and molded it and helped everyone warm up for this morning. So thank you. Thank you very much. And we are going to bring this panel to a close. And it is now my very great pleasure to welcome the Director of Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Office at the U.S. Department of Energy, Dr. Sunita Satchapal. Welcome, Sunita. She is the director, as I mentioned, at the U.S. Department of Energy's Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Office. And Dr. Satchapal coordinates activities across the Department of Energy hydrogen program. She is responsible for more than $150 million per year in hydrogen and fuel cell research, development, demonstration, and deployment activities, and also has several decades of experience across a variety of sectors, including at United Technologies, managing research and business development, and as a visiting professor. She also coordinates across international hydrogen activities and is currently vice chair of the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, a partnership among over 20 countries to accelerate progress in hydrogen. And she serves as co-lead for hydrogen efforts within the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation. Dr. Satchapal received her PhD from Columbia University and did postdoctoral work in applied and engineering physics at Cornell University. She has numerous publications, including in Scientific American, 10 patents, and a number of recognitions, including a Presidential Rank Award. And Sunita, I don't know if you remember, but I was a postdoc working on vehicular hydrogen storage at NREL in 2006, and you were the hydrogen program manager. So I remember interacting with you. I don't expect you to remember me, but it's an absolute pleasure to have you here. And we look forward to hearing your thoughts here over the next 10 or 15 minutes about hydrogen in Alaska and the United States. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Erin. It's so great to see you, and thanks so much for organizing all of this, and to all of the others here. And you didn't have to read my whole bio there, but I'll share my screen if that's okay. Great. So again, today I just wanted to cover three main messages. in the next 15 minutes. And the first is really the sense of urgency and the administration's goals. And as we all know, this is energy consumption in the US, and we still rely very heavily on fossil fuels. Last year, actually, for the first time, renewables exceeded coal. A lot of promise there, but from the big picture perspective, just huge urgency. We have concrete goals, net zero by 2050, and of course, half reduction just in the next less than a decade. Completely clean grid by 2035. And then another high priority here, and I'm not sure if George is here as well from the Arctic office, but very high focus on environmental justice, diversity, equity, inclusion, the Justice 40 initiative, where 40% of federal benefits in disadvantaged communities. So I'll come back to this again, but this is a really high picture in terms of our goals and the sense of urgency. And hydrogen is one part of a very comprehensive portfolio. So we need, all the tools in the toolbox. We have a, DOE-wide hydrogen program plan. So feel free to look at the website. And it's really coordinated across all the offices. So we cover the whole value chain from production through end use. And then it's really all of the resources. So renewables and nuclear, fossil with CCS, waste, and so forth. And it also includes, basic research all the way to deployment. And we have over 400 projects right now that we're funding, 200 companies. I think many of you may have received DOE funding, national labs. And so, Erin's great to hear your background. And the funding, the annual funding, of course, varies in terms of appropriations. And we coordinate across, all the offices. But the bottom line is we have to get to low cost, clean hydrogen. So I'll talk about that. And then obviously we need a safe and low cost efficient infrastructure. And then the three big focus now is how do we get to scale and everything that's needed to get to scale. So that's actually depicted here in our H2 at scale graphic. Some of you may have recalled this. But it really shows the Swiss Army knife perspective of hydrogen, the fact that you can make it from all of our resources. Once we store it, you can use it back for the grid, dispatchable power, really gives you that versatility and optionality. You can use it for many different end uses, inject it back into the natural gas grid. So it really gives you that optionality as a fuel or as a feedstock. But our priorities are really those hard to decarbonize sectors. So industry, steel, for instance, alone accounts for over 7% of global emissions. Ammonia, I heard about the last bit of the discussion, heavy duty transportation, especially long haul trucks where it may be hard to use batteries. And then for energy storage, especially long duration storage. So today, we produce about 10 million metric tons of hydrogen in the US, compared to about 90 globally, and so over 10%. And we've done various scenarios that we could double or even have 5 times more hydrogen as we look at different scenarios. And just to give you an idea, if we produced another 10 million metric tons in the US, that would basically double today's solar or wind deployment. So if you look at, how much you would need in order to produce this amount of hydrogen with electrolysis, just as an example. And then we're also doing a lot of analysis on jobs, 700,000, 140 billion in revenue. So a huge opportunity there with hydrogen if we can get to, market success. And so if you ask, where are we today? And we keep updating these slides, but we have thousands already. Most parts of the country have natural gas to hydrogen. So these are large reformers. We have, and these are being updated. So I'll be pleased to have, some more data here, especially in your region of interest. But again, we're seeing, 170 megawatts. This is PEM electrolyzers, but they're gigawatts announced, globally, many gigawatts. And then we have niche applications like forklifts. We funded with the Recovery Act a few hundred, and now they're over 50,000 in major companies like Walmart and Amazon. And every few seconds. In fact, some customers refueling with hydrogen. Buses, stations, cars, mostly in California, but there are many regions that are beginning to have that ecosystem for hydrogen. And you can see pipelines, dedicated pipelines over 1,600 miles. We have 3 geological caverns, including the world's largest in Texas. And so this is, a snapshot of where we are, but, huge opportunity. And so the key second message I have today is really about cost. So how do we get the cost down? And we launched the Hydrogen Energy Earth Shots last summer. And this was basically, as a result of President Biden's climate summit announcements for bold, ambitious, kind of like moonshot activities like we had, over half a century ago with JFK. And there's going to be a series of Earth shots. And so the first was hydrogen shots. So this easily articulated goal of $1 for 1 kilogram of clean hydrogen in 1 decade. And today, hydrogen from natural gas is, less than $1.50. With electrolysis, again, there are many assumptions, but it's, over $5. So that's a pretty big cut. And so we had a summit. I think many of you may have participated in September. Thousands, 34 countries. And of course, our Secretary John Kerry, Bill Gates, CEOs, it was, huge, the first, launch of the Earth Shot. And this is just one example from the stakeholders when we asked what really are the biggest barriers. And you can see cost is a big one. The need for infrastructure, no surprises there, and even public awareness and understanding. So a big thank you to, to all of you for even, holding this workshop. And then you can see lots of other challenges too, incentives, and so forth, safety. So all of this is available, on our website. And what we're doing next, we'll be launching a strategy document, and we're looking for all the pathways. So for instance, cost of electricity, capital cost, operating cost, how can we get the cost down? And it's not just electrolysis, other approaches, thermal conversion, other advanced pathways. So it's really all hands on deck of, how do we get the cost down? And then we also had a request for information and got, thousands of pages of responses, and each region has unique characteristics. And so what I wanted to do is give a little bit of a deep dive here. With Alaska and Hawaii had some similarities. But again, you can envision clusters developing based on the resources, the end use applications, and all these slides will be available. But if we go to Alaska and Hawaii, there were a lot of similarities, especially with the remote rural communities, the fact that we rely a lot on diesel, so essentially imported fuel. And there's a lot of potential. So as we look at renewables, other sources, waste, again, there's a lot of examples here, and thanks again, shout out to George and the office for helping to organize this. But I remember back in my industry days, one of the very first megawatt scale fuel cells was in Alaska, the Anchorage, the post office, and we also had projects on tri-generation, actually using waste like sewage waste to produce hydrogen plus power and heat. So again, a lot of opportunities here. And then in Hawaii, just to show the other example, too, we had, renewables. There's also potential for, marine, geothermal, fleet vehicles. And then, of course, a lot of interest. We had a tribal listening session, a lot of interest there as well in terms of opportunities. And so we have a little bit more detail here. And again, all this will be provided, but this is specific feedback that we got from the request for information. So for stakeholders, interested in both of those regions, interest potential for direct, infrastructure. There were specific examples in terms of end users. There was also, for instance, this one in terms of marine. We have a first of a kind project actually in California with an electrolyzer that will provide hydrogen for the first passenger ferry in the Western Hemisphere, and then also a fuel cell that will be able to charge a battery electric vessel. So a lot of interest there in terms of coastal communities, and then diversity, equity, inclusion. Also, we got some good concrete input, and also interest in nuclear. So that's a snapshot. And then the big news, of course, is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law activity. So in November, as you all know, when the president signed it into law, it provided $62 billion for DOE and $9.5 billion for hydrogen, for clean hydrogen. So that includes $1 billion for electrolysis, and it's research all the way to demonstration, and then $500 million for manufacturing and recycling, and then $8 billion for at least 4 regional clean hydrogen hubs. And hopefully all of you saw the request for information that we provided. It closed now. We have got over 300 responses, and we also had an RFI for these 2 areas. And so we are going through thousands of pages right now. So a big thank you to any of you who provided that input. And we also published the draft, basically the funding opportunity announcements concept, the strategy to get feedback on, how many hubs, the funding amounts, how should we structure the solicitation. So again, a lot of detail there if you haven't seen it. And then the bill also is very well aligned with getting the cost down. So specifically $2 by 2026. Also, we're developing a national strategy and a clean hydrogen standard. So there's a lot happening here. So, but this is kind of the snapshot. And then finally, the third message that I wanted to end with, which is the importance of collaboration and DEI and everything we do. And as an example, I've been using this quote a lot. Just there's so many experts here. So as we all know, no one person, no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do, no one person can whistle a symphony. So it really takes everyone, the whole orchestra. So again, I think the message with the urgency, all hands on deck. We need industry, academia, the disadvantaged communities, tribal communities, investors, government, industry, just the global community to make it happen. There's $70 billion now just for hydrogen on the government side only, at least $160 billion on the private sector. And so again, I think being very strategic, we have tons of collaboration internationally as well. So highlighting a few here. If you haven't heard of H2 Twin Cities, we launched this at COP26 to connect regions that are accelerating deployments, across continents. Again, a lot of examples, the Center for Hydrogen Safety. But one of the biggest priorities when we convened with our counterparts with over 20 countries is how do we facilitate international trade and harmonizing codes and standards. So feel free again to go to this website, for instance, IPHE. We have a task force. We're really developing a common analytical framework to determine, what is the emissions footprint for hydrogen? How do we look at a comprehensive clean hydrogen standard? And then if there are any postdocs or students or early career professionals, we have an early career network that we launched. It's completely run by students, early career professionals. Again, you can see details on ipg.net from 34 countries now. So Erin, it's great again to hear your history as being a postdoc and now in this field. But we definitely are also focused on the next generation of leaders and researchers in hydrogen. So I'll end with an example again of facilitating collaboration, the H2 Matchmaker. And this is specifically launched and here also shout out to one of our postdocs or fellows, Zach Tai, who helped develop this. And for those that are interested in the hubs, we're really trying to facilitate the producers, the end users, the connective infrastructure, and getting hundreds of responses there. There's a map that helps you locate who potential hub partners could be. So I'll highlight that. And in summary then, so our priorities are we're going to accelerate, keyword there, across the board, research, development, demonstration, we have to reduce cost and not just production, but the entire value chain. And then the next step is the demos and the hubs that we'll be launching, create that, co-located cluster infrastructure to help drive down the cost, get to scale, and then really start to realize those benefits and the resilient, sustainable, and equitable hydrogen economy. So a big, focus here on the disadvantaged communities, jobs. And then these finally are just a few examples from the RFI. So with that, I think my 15 minutes is almost up, and we have tons of resources. So if you want to save the date, this will be virtual. Year two, we'll get thousands of people present all of our projects that we're funding at DOE, our hydrogen shot strategy. We have these Increase Your H2 IQ webinars, again, on many different topics, H2 tools. Feel free to sign up to the newsletter so you can keep track of DOE activities. And then finally, for the geeks and us, since 1.008 is the atomic weight of hydrogen, for those who might not know, October 8th is designated National Hydrogen Day officially by Congress. They passed a resolution. So please save the date. That also helps us to get the word out 6 years in a row, thanks to the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Trade Association. And awareness is one of the challenges. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Erin. Thanks again for the invitation and for hosting.
Thank you, Sunita. Wonderful overview of the highlights and opportunities. We do have one quick question. What kinds of interactions is your office having with other federal agencies such as DOD, U.S. Air Force, Department of Transportation, FAA? Can you address that at all?
Sure. We have actually since 2004 or so have a monthly interagency working group with pretty much all the agencies. And so especially as we develop the national strategy, we actually have a report that we published with Sandia published that shows kind of the regulatory jurisdiction as well for the different agencies and where the gaps are. So working closely really with all of them. In some cases, we have joint projects, but at the very least, we have the monthly coordination meetings and working together on the strategy, which hopefully we'll be able to release soon.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you again for your time. I know you're incredibly busy. That was highly informative.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our next session. We have set the stage nicely for our panel on hydrogen carrier fuels, which will be moderated by Mike, aka Fish Pulowski. Mike, believe it or not, is a fifth generation Alaskan. From West Anchorage. He has a deep connection to our state. He has worked across the state and federal level in various legislators and elected officials' offices, and his experience on issues from renewable energy policy to traditional resource development and from fiscal policy to healthcare. So with that, I will hand the floor over to Mike to introduce his speakers and run the next hour. Again, as a reminder, you can submit your questions via the chat box, and we'll be moderating those, or Mike will. And now please join me in welcoming Fish.
Thank you, Erin. Can you all hear me? I just want to do a mic check real quick.
Yep, sounds great.
Perfect. I really appreciated the panel preceding the previous speaker, where Bruno and Chris talked about the challenges of how to move hydrogen around and the challenges that we're going to see in rural Alaska and across really a state like Alaska in adopting the technologies. And I really hope the speakers on this panel provide an opportunity for expanding the thinking around what hydrogen and ultimately hydrogen carrier fuels can do to alleviate some of those concerns. And we're lucky this morning to start off with Greg Dolan, who is the president and CEO of the Methanol Institute, where for over 26 years, he has really led and helped on efforts educating across hundreds of international conferences, magazine articles, book chapters about methanol and hydrogen carrier fuels. And it's interesting that he's not just supporting this from his position, but within his family. His son, Connor Dolan, is External Affairs Director for the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Energy Association. So Greg, way to start at home and move out to the rest of the world. So thank you, and we'll let you kick it off.
All right, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. So as Mike noted, I'm going to talk about methanol as a hydrogen carrier fuel, go into a little bit about the global methanol industry, look at the role of methanol as a hydrogen carrier fuel, and then I'll highlight several companies that are on the cutting edge of developing methanol fuel cell technologies. A little bit about the Methanol Institute. We serve as the trade association for the global methanol industry, representing the world's leading methanol producers, distributors, and technology companies from our offices in Washington, Singapore, Brussels, Beijing, and Delhi. This is a listing of our member companies. Our members produce and distribute methanol around the world. Over the last year, we've actually added about 30 new member companies. A lot of that has been driven by the interest in methanol as a marine fuel, a future fuel for shipping. So our membership now includes the world's leading shippers like Maersk, MSC, Oldendorff, Danaus, Stena Bulk, MOL. We've also added a number of new member companies that are producing methanol from biomass, biogas, and renewable feedstocks. And one of the things that I'll highlight in my presentation today is some of our member companies that are developing and marketing and selling methanol fuel cell technologies. Now, a little bit about the methanol industry. Most methanol globally is made from the steam reformation of natural gas. Mature technology, plants that produce 5,000 metric tons per day. And in coal, we also produce a number of methanol. Sorry, phone's ringing. We also, in China, produce a lot of methanol from coal gasification. And then we're seeing an emergence of biomethanol and e-methanol production technologies. Now, when you take a natural gas plant that produces methanol, you take the natural gas and break it down into synthesis gas, which is a mixture of hydrogen, CO, and CO2. Then you recombine that to produce liquid methanol, which is the simplest alcohol with the highest hydrogen to carbon ratio of any liquid fuel. It's CH3OH, no carbon to carbon bonds, and a lot of hydrogen. Now, once you make methanol, you open up a lot of markets. Methanol is an essential chemical building block for hundreds of products that touch our daily lives: paints, plastics, solvents, resins, car parts. And it's also an emerging energy fuel. Methanol can be used directly to fuel cars, trucks, buses, ships, industrial boilers, cook stoves, kilns, and as a hydrogen carrier for fuel cell, and also is used for derivative products like biodiesel, MTBE, and DME. Globally, last year, methanol demand was 87 million metric tons. We just heard from Sunita that hydrogen, the global market is about the same, 90 million metric tons. In the US, we produce about 7 million metric tons of methanol from steam reformation of natural gas, and that's principally produced in Texas and Louisiana. We released a report last year with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, looking at renewable methanol. Now, when we look at the color coding of methanol, at the bottom is coal-based methanol, which is produced exclusively in China. That can be considered brown methanol. That natural gas-based methanol can be considered gray. Now, you can also produce blue methanol by reducing the carbon footprint from natural gas-based product, either with the addition of green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, bringing in CO2 over the fence, or providing carbon capture right at the methanol plant. So we can produce blue methanol with reduced carbon footprint. Now, green methanol comes in two flavors: biomethanol, which is produced from biogas, which can come from anaerobic digestion of landfill gas, wastewater treatment plants, dairy farms, or the gasification of municipal solid waste or forestry residues. And that's biomethanol. E-methanol is produced from green hydrogen, electrolysis of water from solar, wind, hydropower, or geothermal power. Then you combine that green hydrogen with a source of CO2. That CO2 can come from biogenic sources, from direct air capture, or industrial gases from essential industries like cement and steel. Now, IRENA in this report estimated that global methanol demand would increase fivefold between now and 2050 to 500 million metric tons of methanol per year. Our report with IRENA also looked at the cost of methanol, biomethanol, and e-methanol. On the bottom there, the gray bars show you the cost to produce methanol conventionally from natural gas, as well as the current selling price, which is generally around a band of $300 to $400 a metric ton. The green bars represent biomethanol, and it depends on the feedstock cost of the biomass that you're using. That biomethanol can be cost competitive today. The blue bars represent e-methanol, which is certainly a much higher cost, but the expectation is that we'll see that e-methanol come down considerably. If Sonida can meet her targets for producing green hydrogen, then we can also produce e-methanol for a much lower cost. We've seen a lot of projects announced around the world to produce renewable methanol. We have a lot of this up on our website at methanol.org, including a map showing where all the projects are for biomethanol and e-methanol. Clearly, a lot of them are clustered in Europe, where under the 55 package, the Renewable Energy Directive, there are a lot of support for producing biomethanol and e-methanol in the European market. Now, turning to methanol as a hydrogen carrier, we put out a infographic a couple of weeks ago that you can find on our website that talks about the role of methanol as a hydrogen carrier and comparing it to gaseous hydrogen produced from electrolysis of electricity. And here we show that methanol can actually have a much lower carbon footprint than conventional gaseous hydrogen. We also did a webinar on methanol as a pathway to hydrogen. Now, when we look at methanol as a hydrogen carrier fuel, methanol is simple. It's a liquid at ambient temperature and pressure, so you don't need high pressure storage. Methanol is an effective and economical hydrogen carrier, which I'll point to in just a moment. Again, we can produce methanol from a wide range of feedstocks, so it can be gray, blue, and green and get greener over time. It's compliant with existing legislation and policies to promote sustainability, and it's available now. And I'll highlight that with some of the fuel cell companies that are our members. Now, methanol, CH3OH, is a high energy density liquid fuel. Today, transport, power sectors all run on high energy density fuels, whether they're gasoline, diesel, or natural gas. Now, the hydrogen is a much lower energy density fuel. And again, methanol is a high energy density. Methanol also packs a lot of hydrogen. You actually get more hydrogen in a gallon of liquid methanol than you do in a kilogram of gaseous hydrogen or liquid hydrogen. Now, Sonida was also talking about the H2 at scale program. How do you provide large amounts of hydrogen at scale? This is a report I've highlighted here from Argonne National Labs that showed you can produce methanol in the US Gulf Coast and ship it to California and do that price competitively with producing hydrogen in the state of California itself. And certainly that product, the liquid methanol, can be shipped to Alaska, or as we'll hear a little bit later, that methanol can be produced in Alaska as well. Now, I want to highlight a couple of our member companies that have methanol fuel cell technology in the marketplace today, and there are many more that are out there. The first is Advent Technology. Advent does a high temperature PEM fuel cell, and because it's a high temperature, they can use a lot of different fuels. They can use methanol or other alcohol fuels, natural gas, DME, or JP8. And when they convert those fuels to hydrogen, it opens up a lot of market opportunities. Now, one in particular is a methanol hybrid electric truck. So here, if we compare this truck, and the configuration is you use methanol fuel cells to charge the batteries in a hybrid vehicle. Now, when you're doing that, it's much lower cost than gaseous hydrogen. You're filling the truck up with liquid methanol, so it fills up in 3 minutes versus having to plug it in and charge it overnight. You're looking at lower operating costs, lower greenhouse gas emissions, much higher range, and much reduced weight because you're using a lot less batteries because you're using a methanol fuel cell just to charge the batteries. Now, Advent also took a look at the infrastructure costs for methanol compared to hydrogen and battery electric. And this was really done by the Chinese Academy of Sciences that was looking at if you want to take China's gasoline infrastructure and turn it into these other alternative fuels, what kind of investment costs would you need? Certainly for methanol, we can use a lot of the existing fueling infrastructure. So it's really just delivery and modification of the existing liquid fuels infrastructure. For hydrogen, to move gaseous hydrogen around, you're going to need an investment in China alone to replace gasoline of $3 billion. compared to 10 or 15 billion for methanol. And battery electric, you're talking about $1 trillion infrastructure investment. And when we're looking at Alaska, think about these kinds of economies of scale and the kind of costs that you would have on the infrastructure side. Methanol is a much lower infrastructure cost fuel. Now, one of our member companies, Blue World Technologies out of Denmark, has a really neat hybrid methanol vehicle setup. Here, you're filling a car up with liquid methanol, reforming it under the hood of a car, reforming the liquid methanol to hydrogen gas, then putting that hydrogen into a fuel cell to run a vehicle. Again, this is also a hybrid configuration. We're using the methanol fuel cell to charge the batteries. And when you're looking at an EV, typically in Europe, an EV might have a range of 300 kilometers. Using a methanol reformer as a range extender, we're now looking at 1,000-kilometer range. Now, some of the markets that Blue World is looking at, one is fuel cell buses. Again, when you compare an electric bus with a methanol fuel cell bus, you're extending its operating rate time from 8 hours to 28 hours. So you can keep running that bus continuously. Much bigger reduction in weight for the battery pack. Similarly, if you're looking at light commercial vehicles, you've now doubled the range using methanol with batteries. You've reduced the weight of the battery pack by 20%. For a heavy duty truck, similarly, you're extending the operating time from 8 hours to 24 hours, literally 100% weight reduction because you're using a lot less batteries. And then if we look at marine applications like ferries, one of the limiting factors in electric ferry is the need to charge it. And here with liquid methanol, you're essentially unlimited availability of a ferry. And here it's a 250% reduction in weight when you're using methanol fuel cells, again, to charge batteries. Now, Blue World Technology is in the Port of Aalborg. They now have capacity to produce about 5,000 fuel cell systems a year. They're now ramping up production to produce 50,000 of these units each year. From Denmark to the United States, Element One is a company based in Bend, Oregon. They too are looking at methanol reformer systems. They note that methanol has 4 times the energy density of compressed hydrogen at 350 bar. So methanol is a superior transportation fuel. Again, their system too is methanol reformer. So you take liquid methanol, reform it to hydrogen gas. They'll have a buffer tank where you store hydrogen. That hydrogen can either be used in a fuel cell to provide electricity directly, or you can even do EV charging. And what does that look like? You can have liquid methanol reformed at a fueling station to deliver hydrogen or for EV charging. Now, the systems that E1 has already deployed, a lot of them are in telecom. So it's backup and stationary power in the 5 to 10 kilowatt range. You can also gang many of these units together to get up to the 300 or 400 kilowatt range. Now, this can be a substitute for diesel gensets. So if you think about remote power provided across Alaska, methanol fuel cells can be ideally suited there. Again, also using methanol for heavy-duty trucks and marine. Typically, vessels will have not just propulsion, but auxiliary power generators, provide electricity on board a vessel, and that can be fueled with a methanol fuel cell. Kaizen Clean Energy is taking the technology from Element One and packaging it into a fueling station. So again, here you can see reforming methanol on site at a fueling station to dispense hydrogen or for EV fast charging using a fuel cell. They can also put this kind of a system on a mobile platform. So if you're looking at getting into hydrogen, this is a way of starting it. You can bring in one of these mobile fueling platforms. And then as you expand your fleet, you can then look at having full-time installed hydrogen fueling systems. But again, methanol can be done remotely. It can be done modular. It can be done affordably. Another one of our member companies is Palcan in China. I was in China in 2018 when we announced the first methanol fuel cell logistic vehicle that Palcan has introduced. And that has a 30 kilowatt reformed methanol fuel cell on board the truck. Palcan is also building larger systems, 60 to 80 kilowatts, targeting markets for ship, for construction, temporary power supply, electricity, remote power, cell phone towers, and also for heavy duty trucks. One neat product that Palcan has developed is a mobile charging car. So if your battery EV runs out of power, you call Palcan up, and this van, which has a methanol reformer system in it, will come and will charge your EV if it's run out of electricity. So again, methanol is a way of having a hydrogen carrier fuel that can be provided easily. And the final company I'll highlight is Sun Hydro. This is a joint venture in China and Taiwan. A lot of their focus is also on stationary power, backup power systems. They have high purity hydrogen fueling stations. So again, you're putting hydrogen fueling through a methanol reformer into like a standard ISO container, very modular and affordable systems. They also have many units that they've sold now for distributed power. Again, this is focused on remote areas, islands that are not connected to the grid. Instead of diesel gensets, you can be running on methanol fuel cells with basically no particulate, SOx or NOx, significantly reduced CO2 emissions. And then the last thing I want to highlight here, I thought this is really cool from Sun Hydro. They have two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers that run on hydrogen with a little metal hydride hydrogen cartridge. And they have a vending machine that has a methanol reformer. You ride your little two-wheeler up, pull out your little hydrogen hydride cartridge or canister, stick it into that vending machine, and it charges it up with hydrogen, and then you can go back on your way. So a vending machine to dispense hydrogen using methanol. And then finally, I've got our global contact information for our team in Washington, Brussels, Beijing, Singapore, and Delhi. And please follow us on social media. You can find us on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and everywhere else. And with that, I will stop sharing and turn it back to Mike.
Thank you, Greg. It's always really interesting to see just the range of technologies. I love that hydrogen vending machine. Next up, to pivot us to the ammonia space, we've got Nathan Prisca. Nathan did his PhD in chemical engineering at the University of California, Santa Barbara. His graduate work encompassed the use of Roman-inspired concrete in oil well cementing applications funded by Halliburton, as well as the study of marine biomineralization funded by the NSF. And I found it interesting that he's still terrified to this day of the marine bloodworm, which has 4 venomous jaws made entirely out of melanin. So we're going to go from that scary thought to what's amazing about ammonia and why you've been looking at Alaska. And you're on mute, Nathan.
Hello, thank you, Fish. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So for those of you who haven't met, my name is Nathan Prisco, founder and CEO of Mighty Pipeline, where we're developing hybrid energy solutions to accelerate decarbonization using technology, because we don't have time to waste to meet the ambitious target of neutrality by 2050. So Joe Beach gave an excellent intro over the potential role of ammonia to a hydrogen society yesterday. And just to recap, hydrogen and ammonia are both renewable e-fuels that can be produced wherever you have electricity, air, and water. There's a lot of potential for molecular hydrogen and the decarbonization of power generation, transportation, and industrial sectors. But there's serious concerns over whether hydrogen transmission and storage infrastructure can be cost effectively implemented in much of the world. There's a lot of interest in ammonia now as a more decentralized energy commodity that can be moved around like propane. Conventionally, it has been useful as a nitrogenous fertilizer, but today we're really focused about the use of its hydrogen atoms in one of two ways, either as a carbon-free fuel or as a hydrogen carrier. So really where ammonia starts to shine is on an export-oriented project. So here's some information from Golar LNG and Black & Veatch, who are working on a floating ammonia production concept, and really just looking at ways of exporting natural gas in various forms. Obviously, LNG gives you the highest return. Hydrogen is pretty good for compressed, and that would be for domestic sort of pipelines. But in terms of exporting liquids, ammonia comes out on top of hydrogen. Also, in terms of energy density, ammonia has an advantage over hydrogen. And really per unit volume, 1 barrel of liquid ammonia has 14.5 kilograms of hydrogen, where a barrel of liquid hydrogen only has 8.5 kilograms. Now we're looking at a global project where ammonia is used as the hydrogen carrier. This involves several companies in Saudi Arabia and US company Air Products. They're going to be using renewable wind and solar to produce hydrogen. That hydrogen is going to be transformed to ammonia, loaded aboard a ship, transported to Europe, stored in storage tanks, and as needed, delivered to hydrogen fueling stations and dissociated into hydrogen. And now the cost is fairly high, 1, because of renewable production, 2, because of ammonia transmission, which also adds cost. So at $5 per kilogram hydrogen, this corresponds to a fuel price of $37 per million BTU, which is too expensive to use in a power plant, but tolerable for fuel cell early adopters. And this will be powering 20,000 buses in Europe starting in 2026. Another project coming online 2026, this time using ammonia directly as a carbon-free fuel in Japan, is Japan's largest utility, JERA. And initially, they're going to be using ammonia as a boiler fuel, 20% ammonia, 80% coal. But according to analysis from Japan's IEEJ, they really project that this is really to demonstrate the ammonia fuel supply chain of clean ammonia. And they're going to be relying primarily on ammonia turbines, which are currently being developed by Mitsubishi. And if the turbine development is successful, they anticipate this will reflect a significant addition to Japan's primary energy generation. And really what's significant here is the price. So at $315 per ton of ammonia at the gate, this is not a price level you can get today with renewables. This has to be blue. And so this is a fuel price of around $18, which is still high, but tolerable for early adopters in Japan. So really, what Mighty Pipeline's vision for Alaska is to convert the Trans-Alaska Pipeline into a statewide hydrogen highway using ammonia transmission. And here, this would really rely on blue ammonia produced from North Slope gas, where that carbon dioxide is sequestered and ammonia is transported. Also large renewable projects in the interior that previously haven't been developed due to lack of local demand. And moving into the future, even community-based energy projects exporting excess renewable energy in the form of ammonia to different markets. This could include in North America, ammonia primarily as a hydrogen carrier, whereas in Asia Pacific, both as a carbon-free fuel and hydrogen carrier. And really looking at globally competitive prices today, we see that blue has the cost advantage over green. And since we've spoken a lot about nuclear, I'd like to take a quick moment just to highlight a nuclear opportunity for blue, which is that ammonia, when it's produced, about 60 to 70% of your gas is processed. So processed into ammonia, where 30 to 35% is burned to generate the energy to process that gas. So it's actually much cheaper to capture carbon from the process than from a power plant or flue stack. So if you were to replace that gas-fired power supply with a nuclear power supply, you'd be increasing gas utilization and lowering CO2 capture costs. So really our plan for Alaska is to reconfigure TAPS to ammonia service by early 2030s, initially starting with blue. And our technology also is a cold pipeline technology, and operating the pipeline cold will allow North Slope to sell more LPG and propane than they have been in the past, which they've been unable to do in the current configuration. We see that this will lead to a significant opportunity for both extending the useful lifetime of TAPS, as well as enhanced oil recovery. And really, as we approach 2050, oil is likely to remain a useful commodity, and this can still be met with various offset activities. As far as large-scale green production, we see that with some of the forecasts and sort of with the the DOE Earthshot initiative, that this could really be out of date, and we could be seeing large-scale green ammonia far sooner than I have indicated in this graph. So really what are at the core of our technology is the production of a partially decarbonized fuel oil using technology inspired by consumer product industries, shampoo, lotion, peanut butter. So we've produced Mighty Solution, the world's first stable oil, fuel, and ammonia fuel emulsion. So really the challenge we solved is that ammonia and oil are not really compatible. In maritime, often it's proposed to have dual fuel concepts. So an oil tank, an ammonia tank, and mix them and burn them in the engine. However, there's space savings and other benefits to have these as a single mixture. And I really like to just highlight that this isn't, your mom and dad's ammonia. This is Mighty Solution has different physical attributes that contribute in some ways to safety, including reduced inhalation hazard and reduced corrosivity. A lot of sort of the main opposite sort of critics of ammonia would highlight, as well as it actually improves pipeline flowability, which is important in places especially like Canada, where really their pipelines are utilized to maximum capacity. So here we can enhance flow and get higher throughputs, higher capacities. So really just to end on a forward-looking view for ammonia in Alaska, this is really going to depend on what conversion technologies are available, but just looking at sort of a ranking, so typically 10 megawatts of energy to produce the ammonia. That ammonia will have about 5.88 megawatts of stored energy. If you're using a combustion process, some of that's got to be used for DeNOx, so you get a little bit less. And then if you look at the efficiency of your energy conversion systems, you have engine, turbine, and solid oxide fuel cell for essentially residential power, combined heat and power systems. And really for PEM, ammonia destroys PEM fuel cells, so that's why you cannot use that directly. So just in summary, direct use of ammonia as a carbon-free fuel is going to likely deliver competitive export prices. Demand for ammonia as a fuel depends on the conversion technology. Ammonia cracking to hydrogen is commercially available, is going to be a reliable but expensive source of hydrogen for PEMs. And Alaska has significant potential in certain regards in Alaska for some of the storage and transportation. So with that, visit us at mightypipeline.com and happy to take questions after the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. As you look forward, what I'd like to do next is turn to J.R. Wilcox and start looking at something that's a little more near term. J.R. is a fourth generation Alaskan graduate from UAF who got his BS in chemistry and MS in environmental chemistry. He spent a lot of time working in various capacities in the oil industry, predominantly on the North Slope and Cook Inlet, and was an Alaskan top 40 under 40. He and his wife Liza have 3 wonderful daughters, but the thing that I found interesting is that he recently was able to go to Oregon in the Tillamook factory and get what he says is the best grilled cheese of his life. So JR, would you talk to us a little bit about the project that you're working on? We've seen where methanol is in the world. We've seen Nathan looking forward at the potential for ammonia in Alaska, but talk about what you're looking at on the North Slope today when you look at these hydrogen carrier fuels. And you are on mute.
Yes, there we go. Okay, so let me see if I can get this going here. All right, everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I've got about 10 minutes here to go over a rather complex project and talk about its the immediate future and sort of its long-term potential, and look forward to taking any questions either at the remainder of this panel or in the chat. So yeah, my name is Jared Wilcox. I'm founder and president of LES Chem. We are an Alaskan company that is developing a small petrochemical facility in Prudhoe Bay. So the general idea here, as Fish said, I've been in, worked for BP up on the slope. I worked for a few companies down in Cook Inlet. One of the big challenges that we have in Alaska is, the high operating cost. Everything on the North Slope needs to be brought in And, as Alaska starts looking towards the future, reducing those operating costs is key, using the resources that we currently have on the North Slope in order to do that is a big part of that, as well as adding value to those resources that we have on the North Slope and transitioning the kind of energy that we're exporting to what the future world energy demands are going to be. All those things are accomplished by application of technology. So what we're looking at is taking natural gas on the North Slope, turning it into hydrogen through reforming, and then taking that hydrogen, and at first we'd be making methanol and removing sulfur from diesel in order to create two products, methanol and ultra low sulfur fuel, that are the top two things that are imported to the North Slope. And of course, having reducing a lot of shipping and cost in doing that. So at present, we have our site. We have a lot of our key contracts in place, and we've done, gotten through multiple rounds of feed studies and have a pretty good plant design in place. There are a lot of expansion opportunities once you have such a plant up and running on a site that has power, gas access, control room, you're producing hydrogen. You can start, as the market evolves, doing more and more interesting things and building up this complex to further make the North Slope into what we hope its future will be. It also creates a platform for research and innovation and allows us to start doing the kind of applied science and engineering research in order to unlock those future opportunities. And one of the things, I think Greg alluded to this quite well in his presentation, is that, moving, like one of the advantages of methanol is that you can start producing it, say, as gray methanol. Then you can substitute the power imports, or you can start injecting the carbon. You can ultimately start cleaning that supply chain up without necessarily needing to replace the engine that somebody's using in a truck, or changing the way that the aircraft works. You can start decarbonizing that supply chain in a more organic way, rather than having to do a really dramatic shift on the day. So this is a current situation in Alaska. Methanol has traditionally been brought to the North Slope about 5,500 miles from Trinidad. So put it on a boat in Trinidad, take it to the U.S. Gulf Coast, put it on a train, take it to Puget Sound, put it on a boat, take it to Seward, take it on a train, put it in Fairbanks, get it in a tank, put it on a truck it up to the North Slope. This is obviously not a super efficient way to move something that's made out of natural gas and water, which we have lots of on the North Slope. Currently, they're bringing it, from Brunei to the Port of Anchorage in a tank, again, rail, Fairbanks, tank, truck, North Slope. So it does not have to be the largest or most efficient world scale plant in order to beat these kinds of logistics. Obviously, Alaska has a huge stranded energy resource in the natural gas that's on the North Slope. And, we think that basin has a real future to it. I do not think that we're going to see the North Slope products not being in demand anytime in the near future, but getting those to be lower and lower carbon and establishing that kind of solid environmental and operating track record we want to do is the way that we continue to have a future there. This is a design of the current plant. The initial plant size is to satisfy the existing methanol demand and to use hydrogen in order to start taking the high sulfur fuel, which can be produced on the North Slope out of crude oil and was traditionally used to fuel infrastructure up there. That then needed to be replaced by diesel trucked up from the southern Alaska coast or brought in from out of state. Because the ones on the North Slope could no longer meet the sulfur requirements. But now, if we have hydrogen, we can do hydro desulfurization of that Arctic heating fuel in order to make ultra low sulfur Arctic heating fuel and eliminate a costly supply chain. We would also be able to start blending corrosion inhibitor on the slope, which is currently by volume, mosely methanol, but is shipped up with the water and methanol already mixed in. This would allow you to bring up just the concentrated corrosion inhibitor and blend on the North Slope. And like I said, it's just competitive initially because the transportation expenses are so high onto the North Slope. But as we start moving forward, we move into this world where we can start manufacturing blue fuels by leveraging our the ability to sequester CO2 in Alaska. As we start trying to do various things to monetize our natural gas over time, Alaska could easily become a green fuel exporter, a blue fuel exporter, by trying to move methanol either manufactured on the North Slope or in Cook Inlet out of the state. This is our current site. That's Flow Station 3. For those of you familiar with the North Slope, that's a 1,000-foot pipeline we'll be constructing to link our plant. It's a 15-acre plant down at the bottom. We believe that that plant is just represented by that little white rectangle up in the upper right-hand corner. So as you can see, we certainly have some space to expand over time as we do more and more things. For those of you slightly less familiar with the North Slope, this is just a little bit of a zoomed out view. You can see the Alieschem site is quite close to the start of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System, to the gas plant CCP and CGF, which are up there by the coast. Those are huge users of methanol. And then you've got Dead Horse down there with the haul road coming in. Methanol has a huge, it's not, if you're making it from natural gas, completely carbon neutral. There is a carbon atom involved, but it is significant, improvement over fuels today for a lot of reasons, not just carbon, but it's far less toxic for the environment. You wouldn't want to drink it, but it's, I think, a 16,000th as toxic as gasoline if spilled, and is naturally eaten by microbes in the environment and diluted by the environment. The air pollution that comes out, the NOx is lower, the particulate matter is non-existent, the sulfur oxides are non-existent. There's no black carbon problem. It's a very, it would be a huge step forward from environmental impact if we were just burning methanol today. And in fact, it's a very easy fuel to transition to because, for instance, Formula One already runs on methanol. This is a fuel that exists as a liquid. It burns in an internal combustion engine. We know it works. It's actually, CO2 is actually consumed in the manufacture of methanol, so it can be a carbon sink. Ultimately, I think what we want to get to is a circular economy where we're taking the CO2 out of the atmosphere, making methanol, and moving it down the line. Also, there's our externalities in terms of, you have fewer accidents, fewer spills, fewer things. If you're shipping things, so local production things is a great plan. And sorry, I'm trying to blow through this quickly, but just a few things that to talk about the bigger picture. We've talked about alternative fuels a little bit. Methanol is a great one. One we haven't talked about is DME, but that's also a highly prospective alternative fuel that is kind of propane-like in its characteristics. Ammonia, we've talked about that. Ammonia and methanol can be co-produced quite efficiently. So if I'm really looking forward to seeing Nathan's plans move along, and I would love to be the one supplying the ammonia to go into to TAPS for export. Enhanced oil recovery. We have about a $1 trillion resource on the North Slope of heavy and viscous crudes. Dimethyl ether or DME, in addition to being an excellent alternative fuel, is also a great enhanced oil recovery technique that could help unlock some of that resource. The hydrogen that can be taken off of the natural gas can be given a ride down Trans-Alaska Pipeline by improving the hydrogen content and the performance characteristics of the crude oil on the slope through upgrading, through compressed air, through the air plant that would be associated with this plant. We can create nitrogen. There's a big appetite for cryogenic nitrogen on the North Slope, argon, hydrogen, obviously, We can create biocides that don't need to be shipped up to the North Slope, but are generated on site for control of microbial activity into the reservoir, which is an important part of running an oil field. You can make, windshield wiper fluid, which is, I think, $12.50 a gallon on the North Slope right now out of methanol and water. We can make sulfur that can be used for revegetation and other sorts of things for promoting regrowth on the North Slope as we get into that sort of phase of things where we're starting to close down infrastructure or revegetate areas. Well, and I think that's it. Anyway, I'm really excited about the project. I hope you are too, and look forward to participating in what's next in Alaska.
Thank you, JR. Erin, can we bring everybody back together and up for production? Great. What I'd like to do is kind of take a step back. I appreciate what all three of you have brought in terms of examples of technologies that are out there, projects that are in process, the way these things might apply to the future and present in Alaska. So, Greg, thank you for the kind of global run through of the different technology sets. Nathan for looking over the horizon, and JR for doing what you're doing to try and get a facility up and running on the slope. But what I'd ask you to all sort of take a step backwards on and just reflect upon is what we heard earlier from Chris and Bruno and the panel that preceded, and talk about how all of these really come back to a hydrogen economy and the decarbonization of it, and how they all fit together. So I don't know if any one of you wants to give a kind of succinct wrap-up thought as we look for questions. And reminder to everyone watching, if you have a question, go ahead and post it in the chat and we'll get to that.
I guess if you don't mind, I'll just add, really at the end of the day, what I think we're all working on is how to deliver hydrogen atoms that are clean to people to use. And so it's a very complex, there's lots of options, lots of conversion technologies. And really at the end of the day, it just comes down to how clean is the hydrogen and how safe is it for people to use. So.
Yeah, and I think one of the points that was made in the last session as well is you can't just put a tap in the ground and have hydrogen come up, right? Hydrogen is a carrier, so you need to get it from somewhere. And we see methanol as being a really practical hydrogen carrier as a liquid at ambient temperature and room pressure that's got a global distribution chain already that can largely use existing infrastructure and has a lot of applications both in internal combustion engines as well as a hydrogen carrier for fuel cell technologies.
Yeah, and I would say, one thing we're very familiar with in Alaska is the tyranny of distance and the fact that, logistics. I think we saw that in one of the presentations yesterday. The kryptonite to hydrogen is the transportation and storage. The reason why we have, had an oil pipeline project in Alaska for, 40 years, and we're still trying to work on getting a natural gas pipeline is that things that are liquids, and high energy content are easy to move and gases are hard. So trying to get that. So just like Greg said, hydrogen isn't really an energy source. It's an energy carrier. The attraction of moving and storing energy in a chemical bond as opposed to a battery is very attractive. You don't need to be doing the mining or the manufacturing. You're using, that chemical bond in order to move that energy. But what's the most efficient and dense way to do that? And as both Nathan and Greg have pointed out, ammonia and methanol contain more hydrogen per gallon than hydrogen contains per gallon. So, it makes a lot of sense to be trying to use liquid forms in order to try and carry that energy. Now, of course, there's a bifurcated problem. We've got, like you said, it's just a carrier. You can't mine hydrogen really. So how do you produce the energy is something that, and then how do you move the energy, particularly the transportation sector? And that's where these liquid fuels really either as export or as fuel for the transportation sector really shine. And then I guess the last point is just that, moving towards, that circular economy, particularly with methanol, where we're emitting the carbon, but ultimately your ultimate goal is to do the carbon capture and use the CO2 as an ingredient to methanol is, I think, kind of the holy grail there. And you know, in the interim, Alaska is strongly advantaged in trying to export things in energy dense forms that are easy to handle, and to take advantage of the fact that we have an energy resource already. We don't need to invent fusion power or something. We've got energy in the ground. We've got reservoirs that can store that. So this sort of blue hydrogen export as a liquid is probably where we've got the natural advantage.
And that's where I thought, you know, Nathan brings such an interesting vision to the table of, and what I heard from your project, JR, is it's not really an either or. Both have applications, ammonia and methanol, for hydrogen carrier fuels, and that all will fill different niches and different technological applications. But Nathan, the idea that many people think of a transition to a clean economy in Alaska as sort of the end of the traditional infrastructure, and I think what you've shown is Alaska's position on the Pacific can create an opportunity for a broader ongoing economy. And I think I just ask you to take a second to come back to that thought and maybe give a little bit more on what you see as the real opportunity to build the transition through molecular engineering.
Right. Yeah. So I think that, you know, a lot of going back to some of the other talks from yesterday, even too, is it really comes down a lot in terms when we're talking about using energy in Alaska, down to conversion technology. And I will say that at least what I've seen, I think that really between methanol and ammonia, methanol does offer, like, you know, lower cost, but then eventually when we need to get to totality, absolute zero, you know, ammonia will eventually be a more cost-effective carbon-free commodity. But at least also when it comes down to the, like, sort of even the hazards of ammonia, like NOx. So when we're talking about ammonia for power generation in Japan, they're going to have large NOx equipment to handle that NOx. But when we're thinking about sort of the breakthroughs in science that we have with sort of Joe Beach and cracking technologies, when you have fuel cells and when you crack ammonia, you're not making NOx. So that's an opportunity for rural power in Alaska. And then just big level in terms of energy exports, the fact that ammonia takes up more space than conventional fuels actually makes Alaska more competitive, even though it costs more to build a plant in Alaska. Shipping now becomes in our favor when we're trying to ship to Asia. And Japan has practically written off the US Gulf as an ammonia supplier because the transportation becomes such a bigger factor. So that's just sort of the sort of dynamics I see.
Great. I think the other one that going from the big level down to the little level, the thing that I was so interested in your presentation, Greg, were those portable reformers, where the ability to maybe supply methanol into something that can then be a portable charging station for electric vehicles as we start to populate more of those around the rail belts, or really at a remote site or something. I mean, these are fascinating opportunities, and that we're seeing them around the world are great. But what I'd ask you to look at too, Alaska has so much coastline and coastal communities. What's going on in the marine space? You kind of jumped through that quickly as we were pressed for time. And as someone looking at a marine highway system, we're really interested in.
Yeah, I think we're really seeing methanol emerge as one of the leading alternative marine fuels. I mean, if you look at what alternatives are available today for shippers, there's pretty much LNG and methanol. We saw last year that Maersk announced that they had ordered a dozen 16,000 TEU container ships using dual fuel methanol engines. Those engines come from Man Energy Solutions. They now have 55 of those dual fuel engines in their order book. So the technology is mature, it's available. Shippers can go to methanol today. Man is going to be doing their first ammonia fueled engine in 2024. And then ammonia also has to go through a whole process with the IMO safety approval, which methanol was able to achieve in September 2020 after 6 years of work. So we know it's a long process. But, you know, in addition to what we're seeing from the container companies, but also methanol is being used widely in chemical tankers. There are a dozen chemical tankers, ships on the ocean right now running on methanol. But then we also are doing projects looking at methanol for ferries, for tugboats, pilot boats, crew transfer vessels, heavy lift vessels. Methanol makes a lot of sense across the entire shipping segment. So it's not just ocean going, but also port, inland waterways, and fishing fleets. China's pursuing right now a project looking at methanol for their fishing fleets. And China alone, you look at their inland waterways, fishing fleets, port vessels, there are 630,000 ships. So there's a lot of market opportunity there. But I think also we see a lot of opportunity for Alaska using methanol as a marine fuel. And looking at Alaska as a potential green corridor of shipping where you can produce green methanol and blue methanol and connect that with other ports around the world.
David asked in the chat about the Alaska Energy Authority was successful a few years ago in changing federal law to allow the use of marine Tier 3 engines in rural powerhouses. And he asked if there's an opportunity to use methanol or ammonia in a demonstration project with a marine Tier 3 engine in a rural community. JR, you might kick off that one with just to clue in the thinking around ACEP and their power, their microgrid demonstration facility.
Oh yeah, no, and I sent David a link actually to look at a methanol engine specifically designed for power generation being made by Nordhaven. But I mean, it's a great point. There's a lot, like Greg said, a huge amount of work being done right now in the marine fuel space. And one of the amazing things I think the whole problem sort of illustrates why methanol is a fantastic hydrogen carrier. If we think about, say, local generation of hydrogen or trying to move hydrogen to a village, there's a lot of, capital and technical challenges in accomplishing that. Whereas if we're generating methanol, say on the North Slope, and we're backhauling it off the North Slope, we're moving it to a rural village, you're using the same truck, that is hauling gasoline or diesel now. You can use the same barge that's hauling diesel now. You can put it in the same. You might have to put a liner in the tank, but it's basically the same tank, and it's going into a similar engine. In fact, it may be easier because right now there are a lot of post-emissions controls on diesel engines, so that they don't, because there's an air pollution problem with diesel engines, particularly low loads. That goes away with methanol. This actually has a really interesting implication for the adoption of alternative energy systems in rural communities, because one of the problems with having the wind turbine, having the diesel generators, when the wind blows, the load goes off of the diesel generator, and then you've got problems with the air controls on the diesel generator. Whereas with the methanol one, that engine can then ramp down, the wind turbine can ramp up, and it's really clean. So something Ali Eskem is really has been talking with ACEP about is, testing these, engines, these methanol burning engines in the context of this small grid, to ensure that would be a viable solution for both air quality, cost, and sustainability purposes in rural Alaska.
And as we're running out of time, I just want to give Nathan the last note. I saw you posted in the chat, but I think the ability to convert to ammonia as well is, where both of these fit into the mix.
Yeah, and I will say to that when we're talking about combustion, hydrogen has a serious NOx problem as well. But I will say one thing with ammonia, that ammonia is already what's used for post-combustion NOx treatment. So it just becomes an exercise of how much of my ammonia tank is fuel and how much of it is the NOx cleanup. And, Manny S is, I think the trend in engines is with so much uncertainty as to what the fuel of the future will be. Cummins, Manny S, Wärtsilä, they're all just making their engines more flexible. And I think Alaskan communities are going to be benefiting from those technology advancements. So yeah, thank you.
Well, if anybody knows how to be flexible, it's Alaskans. We're just used to it. So everyone, thank you so much for your time today. I think we just ran about a minute over, and I'll turn it back over to Eric.
Thank you so much, Fish. Thank you, JR. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Greg. That was a terrific panel. Really appreciated the presentations and the discussion. We will now be moving to a short break, and we'll be coming back at 10 a.m. for remarks by the governor live. So don't miss it. Watch the stopwatch or the countdown timer there. And during the break, you can enjoy a showcase of some of our upcoming events, including other workshops in this virtual series, Arctic X and the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference. So stick around to learn more, and we'll see you soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. It is now my pleasure to welcome ACEP Director Gwen Holdman, who will introduce our very own Governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy, to share a few words. Thanks for joining us today, Gwen, and we're looking forward to hearing from you both.
Thanks, Erin. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce the Governor of the State of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy, to join us. This workshop was really initially inspired by Governor Dunleavy's interest in emerging energy solutions and the real applications that they could have in Alaska, and his desire to really start a dialogue about what future opportunities could exist for Alaska in an evolving domestic and global energy market. So I appreciate the governor's interest in seeing the University of Alaska as a partner in exploring these sorts of possibilities and helping shape some of the future directions of the state. We've mentioned a few times that the workshop is sponsored by ACEP, the workshop series, but it's very much designed to set the stage for the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference, which Governor Dunleavy is hosting May 24th through 26th in Anchorage, and which I've been involved with helping craft through the Agenda Development Committee. And I remember specifically how the governor really had this vision for structuring the conference in a way that we could set up a forum for expression of different strategies or perspectives, not exactly a debate, but sort of a venue for presenting many different ideas and viewpoints and perspectives on these sorts of topics. And hydrogen was one of those topics that we really thought deserved that sort of deeper dive that would ultimately be possible than it would be to have just during a couple of sessions during the main conference, because it is such a big topic and there's so many different avenues and different directions that these kinds of conversations can go. And I really do feel like this workshop has sort of created that kind of forum for discussion and opportunity to continue that discussion moving forward to the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference. So without further ado, thank you for inspiring this workshop, and thank you for hosting the conference in May as well. And I'm glad that you're able to join us in person this morning, Governor.
I want to thank you, Gwen, and others for being part of this this hydrogen webinar. What I was saying was, when I was a young man, I can remember trying to figure out why, if you have water, which is made up of hydrogen and oxygen, which are two highly flammable gases when they're separate, how you can put out a fire with that combination. And so that, for me, began the quest of trying to understand why that happened and how hydrogen and oxygen are bonded together to form water. And so what we're talking about today, and what you guys are looking at, is really, in essence, how to separate that bond, how to separate those two elements so that we have clean energy and that we don't have a byproduct that harms the environment. And of course, that's hydrogen. A lot of the discussions here over the past several years with regard to transportation is whether something is going to be electric and powered by a type of battery, such as what Tesla is doing, or is transportation going to be something that is going to rely on hydrogen? And there's really two camps taking a look at this, competing with each other in some respects. But I think for Alaska, I think we're really poised to continue to be an energy giant as we go through this transition. I don't want to get into all the energy possibilities, for example, in Cook Inlet with geothermal, tidal, et cetera. But in the end product, I think everybody is looking at is hydrogen. I know for a fact that folks in the Far East, in Japan and Korea, are looking at a clean source of energy. And so they're looking beyond gas. Gas is certainly going to be a bridge for a little short period of time. But in the end, this hydrogen concept, this hydrogen possibility, the possibilities of Alaska being a hydrogen hub, we really have all the elements for us to really do well at that. Our location on the globe, our proximity to Asia, our resources, and again, as we continue to grow the technology and understand the technology, when we get to a point where we've got the electrolyzers that can actually separate the oxygen and the hydrogen in a consistent, sustainable, and cheap fashion, we'll be at the point that I think we all believe we can be. But Alaska, once again, is not going to be an afterthought in this. Alaska is, I hope, going to be the center of this. The federal government has talked about several hydrogen hubs in the country. We're working hard to make sure that Alaska is one of them. Because I think, once again, if we are one of those hydrogen hubs, we could serve the Pacific Rim the North Pacific, and possibly other countries as well. And so I want to thank you for everything you're doing. This is a timely topic. We really don't want to be talking about things that happened 5 years ago or technology that occurred 5 years ago or even 3 weeks ago. We really want to look at how do we create a world and an Alaska for the next 50 to 100 years, if not longer. And this particular topic on hydrogen is well positioned, I think, to put Alaska at the forefront of that conversation. So I want to thank everybody. I look forward to the work that you're doing. I look forward to working with you. But I think there's some exciting possibilities for Alaska, and I'm really bullish on the future as a result of the work that you're doing and others are doing in the area of hydrogen. So I want to thank you for everything you're doing. Have a great conference, and we'll continue the conversation.
Thank you so much, Governor Dunleavy. We appreciate your comments and squeezing this into your very busy schedule. This brings us to our final session, Synthesis and Opportunities. And this is where we get to have some fun. We have some colorful personalities to offer some synthesis perspectives, and then we will have a panel looking at partnership opportunities. So we have asked 3 dynamic and colorful personalities to provide synthesis and perspectives on 3 critical questions. The first question that we'll be answering is which Alaska factors are most important, are common across the Arctic or near Arctic, and create actual and unique opportunities. And Mark Foster will be addressing that question with his thoughts. And then we have Mr. Bill Leedy offering his thoughts on which use cases are most compelling for Alaska, based on what we've heard this last day or so. And then finally, we have Steve Colt, who you heard from in the beginning, offering his perspectives on which questions are most important in this space. So I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Mark Foster, who runs his own management consulting business and has spanned both the public and private sectors. He served in the engineering designated seat on the Alaska Public Utilities Commission in the 1990s, chaired the Western Conference of Utility Commissioners, and has been a member of the National Association of Utility Commissioners Finance and Technology Committee, and is just an all-around sharp and fun guy. So, Mark, take it away. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Erin, for the opportunity to speak today. I hope everyone can hear me fine. I'm going to share the screen, and I have a lot of slides to go through, but I will pause and hit on a few of the key ones that I think are worth really focusing on. I'm taking the perspective of someone who's doing due diligence on behalf of households in Alaska and going, okay, how does this help me in my sort of outlook, both for the overall economy that I'm living in and my own consumption. So it really is due diligence from the buy side. With that, let me pop up the share screen and get to the presentation. Okay, just a quick reminder, we've been through several cycles of technology development, and we have lots of stories about what went wrong and how we've misunderstood the dynamics of technology. The takeaway I want to provide to you from this is make sure before you enter the commercial introduction stage that you have tested the tech and make sure it is cost competitive in the development stage. It's a stage gate development approach. It's one we from time to time forget in our rush to get somewhere. Next slide, I'm not going to go over all of it. I think it's useful for people to review. It's an executive overview that McKinsey put together at a high level to go, what are the key takeaways as you assess the hydrogen carrier fuel opportunity? And I think you'll see many of the themes that we picked up from today, particularly on the hydrogen carrier presentations that were put together under Mike's panel, I think are reinforced here. One thing I do want to add, based on a look back to yesterday's conversations about carbon capture, use, and storage, I think you'll see McKinsey and others basically believe that's pretty expensive kit and high cost. you're going to want to do a lot of due diligence to verify that you can, in fact, do that at a cost competitive price point in the current environment. I think the other thing you want to be mindful of is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage may be competing in the near term with some of the other hydrogen based fuels. Key thing here to look at is what are the cost elements that we expect will decrease over time to get to the $1 hydrogen per kilogram. Key areas of reduction, the reduction in the electrolyzer cost, the electricity cost, the electrolyzer efficiency. I've added that green bar to represent that we've had technology breakthroughs very recently that indicate we'll probably exceed that particular efficiency that we're expecting there. And I do think in Alaska, we want to be mindful that the weighted average cost of capital, risk adjusted, instead of going down, is probably higher. So we've got to make that up somewhere. So what scopes, sort of stuff do we have in Alaska that will help us reduce electrolyzer costs over the next decade? None obvious to me. What renewable energy resources do we have that will help drive down the costs from $53 a megawatt hour toward $20 a megawatt hour? If you go back, you'll notice that that's one of the key elements in inputs into the hydrogen production, and how far we can drive that cost down is critical to assessing whether we're going to get to a competitive price point. And where will we be in that pack as we try to get to that renewable sort of price point? Couple of things to keep in mind. We've got a lot of price sort of experience curves across the technologies, solar panels, wind power, batteries, and electrolyzers that do look like they're robust and continuing to decline. So there's some hope for renewables getting to lower price points, but do we have that same competitive advantage in Alaska? I think it's partly a function of scale, and then a function of, do we have the sort of the whole value chain of engineers and contractors and workforce to install technologies and make them cost competitive. And labor productivity, I think, is a big part of that as well. I'll mention there's been some breakthroughs in electrolysis fuel cells from March 15th in Nature Communications. If you haven't seen that, I highly recommend it. Question I have for us is, do we have a, sort of a contribution or something we can take away from that part of the business? And the question becomes, do we belong to a research consortium that's exploring electrolysis, and maybe integration of that might be an interesting issue. All right, let's get back to the costs of hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol and compare them on a $1 per gallon gasoline equivalency, courtesy of the Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy, August 2021. Hydrogen in the current outlook looks expensive, and we've heard a little bit about the distribution, transmission costs adding up on top of whatever we can get down on the production costs that we're talking about. Ammonia clearly looks competitive relative to hydrogen, at least in the near term. Methanol also looks very competitive in the near term if we understand that the N2 and CO2 capture on methanol is not something that's required, and in fact, in many cases can be a revenue stream both for nitrogen and CO2 and enhanced oil recovery. So I concur with the prior panel that methanol does look like in the near term pretty attractive investment opportunity. Let's see, I was going to look at potential carbon capture and utilization candidates. I highly recommend the P Corps Partnership Atlas for maps looking at carbon capture opportunities and CO2 sources. It's very helpful at sort of seeing relative magnitude and where we're located in that puzzle. I think one of the challenges we may have in our CH4 current sort of production scheme is that we've got a lot of flaring that's still going on, And as the methane regulatory risks grow because of folks being concerned about its global warming potential, and as they think about global warming potential for methane in the shorter time frames, I think we're going to find more pressure on the CH4. So there's a regulatory risk just to be mindful of when you're talking about that value stream. Geographic storage criteria from the P-Core Partnership Atlas. One of the things I just want to highlight is it's clear that while folks may have varying opinions about whether it's a significant risk or not, it's clearly on the best practice list of CO2 storage criteria is to consider whether or not you are located in the area with seismic activity. So I think that risk is not only sort of present in a conversation we had yesterday, it's present among those who are in the business of evaluating those reservoirs. Again, there's a map in the P-Core Atlas. You can look at the reservoirs and think about how we might compete in a CO2 sequestration market compared to those other places. Cautionary note, referring back to there's some CO2 storage and coal conversation yesterday. In the P-Core Atlas, you'll notice they've looked at coal, but they've concluded because most of the resources positioned in the freshwater horizon, they don't have activities to further explore that area. So that'll be a risk for those who are looking at that area that they'll want to evaluate. All right, back to some dollars and cents comparing LNG, liquid ammonia, methanol, dimethyl ether, and liquid hydrogens. If I look at the transportation cost, and there's a reference there at the bottom to a paper from 2020 from Qatar that I think is very helpful at breaking down the costs. You'll see that methanol is quite competitive in this puzzle, just transporting it around. As you refer back, remember that first slide that we looked at, the cost of distribution and storage is much lower. So methanol looks like a likely bridge fuel between now and even to liquid ammonia. There's additional detail here for folks who want to dive in to understand sort of the cost economics depending on ship capacity. I think this is particularly useful for thinking about moving it around Alaska from a production facility and we get it on water. We do have economies of scale to think about as we distribute it. It's included this slide for the transportation of natural gas and other fuels from Qatar, so you can get a relative sense of the competitiveness we might have given our closer distance to Japan and South Korea at supplying hydrogen carrier fuels. Finally, when I add the environmental costs and look at the ammonia environmental costs and the methanol environmental costs, what this paper suggests is ammonia has a distinct disadvantage relative to methanol. Keep in mind, this is cost developed for out of Qatar, and so there may be some adjustments we would make for Alaska, but the magnitude of the differences are significant. And so I think methanol has a particularly attractive competitive advantage coming out of the gate. Quickly switching back to the electric system and hydrogen as a storage opportunity. I don't know whether or not we've looked at this explicitly, but clearly if I'm going for long-term storage in terms of the duration of hours in an energy system, I'm looking at hydrogen at basically anywhere over a few days on out, competing with things like the hydro capacity at Bradley Lake that David Lockard mentioned. But at some point, I think that hydrogen or the hydro capacity tends to get discharged over the course of the year, and hydrogen, I think, will also basically could play a role after that Bradley Lake battery essentially is discharged because of the seasonality of the basically the water. The timeline. I think if we look at the Anchorage Airport as a large consumer of energy that is also a critical element in the local economy, and just focus in on what's the opportunity there. And we look across various air carriers and the original equipment manufacturers to go, what's the outlook? And I would offer that this is a pretty standard outlook. This is from Delta in November of this year, or excuse me, last year. Looking at biofuels and sustainable fuels in this 220 to 230 timeframe, sort of the next 10 to 15 years. And then they foresee hydrogen-based fuels starting to make their appearance, and small-scale electric propulsion also sort of competing depending on the particular size and distance of the flights. So the question in my mind is, how do we prepare the Anchorage Airport fuel supply chain in preparation for the growth of hydrogen-based fuels in aviation as they transition from their sustainable fuels? Because this time frame might look a little bit long, but this is really quick. When you think about the infrastructure that's involved, and particularly when you think about fleet and airport infrastructure that's typically depreciated over a long time, as Delta points out. So finally, what are the value drivers that we have that might create some opportunities? I think if we can get focused on the international airport and understand the scale that might be required to meet that need to transition from the current set of fuels to a future cleaner set of fuels, I think we will do a lot to understand the opportunity for the state. I think the marine sector in Alaska is also a good one to focus on across the seafood industry, and then across the what I'll call the transit industry, looking at methanol, ammonia, and the progression potentially to hydrogen itself. I think the fertilizer value chain is one to revisit in some detail to understand the opportunity there. And then finally, on the electric sort of utility side, clearly we want to look for energy storage opportunities within the generation side, and then also look at the end use side at buildings and industrial process. And then the boiler that we heard about yesterday from Janet is a good example of that. Finally, with respect to blue versus green hydrogen, just a cautionary note on the blue hydrogen. The kit for carbon capture and sequestration and the cost of energy add up quickly there. And with the Alaska cost multiplier, I think it's very interesting to compare that against a green hydrogen play and look at it. The green hydrogen play, to be competitive, needs to stretch toward $20 a megawatt hour if we believe ARENA's assessment of what's required to get hydrogen into a competitive price point. That's a tall order for any energy resource. So I wish us well at chasing that particular challenge. That's all I have. Thank you, Erin.
Thank you, Mark. Very much appreciate your insights and takeaways there. I am going to keep us moving here onto our next presenter. And I want to encourage all of you to put your thoughts and your comments into the chat. This has been a very active group so far, and we'll try to make some time for those comments and questions after each of these speakers. So again, thank you, Mark. Really appreciate your comments. We will now move to Bill Leedy, Director of the Leedy Foundation, who received his BS and MBA degrees from Stanford and is one of the directors of the Leedy Foundation, a small charitable family foundation. He's also the principal for Alaska Applied Sciences, which is a small research and development company founded in 1990. And I have asked Bill to give us his perspective on which hydrogen use cases are the most compelling for Alaska. So Bill, we'll let you talk for 10 or 15 minutes and then see if we've got some questions after that.
Erin, can you hear me?
Yes, everything looks good. Thank you.
Are the slides moving?
They are.
All
Yes.
right. Compelling means because of the climate emergency, we have obligations as citizens to make these profitable operations to accomplish this. Total decarbonization of the entire human enterprise, not the grid, not energy, and transforming the world's largest industry from fossil to 100% greenhouse gas. We have to do it prudently. It's going to be disruptive. We don't want to cripple the world economy, and it must be profitable. Capital will flow only to high reward to risk. And other people have covered these topics over the last day and a half. Long-term energy storage and using hydrogen to move energy is going to be the big challenges for us. CCS, blue and green, there's already a proposal to move ANS gas as blue ammonia, somehow back to Tidewater. Buildings and heat, both ammonia and hydrogen will be useful for that. Green means not just electrolysis. There are many pathways to greenhouse gas emission free ammonia or hydrogen and ammonia fuels. Sunita reminded us all that we have a big study task ahead of us to get up to speed on all these things. Begin with these many good seminars put out by H2IQ. Ammonia is going to be a good competitor. Chiyoda in Japan has proposed methyl cyclohexane cycle with toluene as an energy carrier. We know that there's more hydrogen atoms in a liter of liquid ammonia than there is in a liter of liquid hydrogen. And there may be other hydrocarbons as well that we just heard about. So the opportunities that seem most attractive to us now are probably starting in the Alaska cities, as they've already done in California with cars and pickup trucks, and now heavy duty trucks running on renewable source hydrogen fuel. The difficult one is going to be the villages with annually firm supply of electricity and heat. Small marine, the whale watching ships, the fishing boats, large marine, probably the cargo ships are going to be a liquid ammonia. Cruise ships will have to be liquid hydrogen. We can't have ammonia on board ships with thousands of people. Aviation is coming along, and exporting is going to be a real challenge. It must be competitive. We must operate these very expensive investments at a very high capacity factor, pushing the nameplate rating on them for them to be competitive. And we must interface with our Alaska congressional delegation, their interests as well as ours. What do we want to tell them? We need to build upon this excellent day and a half conference for further conferences to make a better case for us all to understand. Southeast Alaska, Juneau's big challenge is that the cruise ships who are here for only a 4-month season burn an enormous amount of bunker fuel, just the low grade of diesel fuel, greater than the total energy consumption for the whole year of the city of Juneau. Fortunately, the world's first liquid hydrogen fueled cruise ship is coming in 2023 in Norway. The world's largest builder of cruise ships and the gas utility in Italy as well are going to build the first of the large cruise ships, no stacks. Look, Ma, no stacks, no emissions other than water vapor. Here's how you would do it. It'll be liquid hydrogen, perhaps stored on the very upper decks, or maybe even stored below decks. You probably have the internal combustion engine still there for standby because these ships are going to be in places where you can't get liquid hydrogen fuel. And then with enough modules, as Ballard proposes them, for hydrogen to electric drive, gang them together to give you the number of megawatts that you need to scale up for the multi-megawatt propulsion load on the ships. These are already in process. The major IMO, International Maritime folks, are already talking about emissions-free shipping by 2050. These are probably going to be liquid ammonia fuel ships. This one is very close to being ready for duty. 300 kW, that's almost enough for a cruise ship, or for a cruise ship duty, shore excursion, whale watching sized boat. So we're getting close to where it's going to be important to us. This is very similar to a Horizon turboprop converted for electric operation, fueled by swapping canisters of gaseous hydrogen fuel, a company called Universal Hydrogen already has orders for a few of these planes for demos. These legacy airplanes are going to be hard to convert to hydrogen fuel. We have one battery electric bus in Juneau. The hydrogen fueled buses are here. These are already more favored than the battery electric vehicles for the public transit agencies in California and in Europe. We need to replace about 80 of these old dying diesel coaches in Juneau at $800K a piece. That's 64 million to replace our fleet of tour buses as we know them in Juneau now. Count them. If you're standing at the tram and count these fields of buses, there's 100 coach buses down here. Probably 80 of them are in service. That's a real opportunity for us. Here's how we could do it. It's a little more detailed, but 80 coaches for 64 million. Let's come up with an innovative way of financing that. And then we'll do the vans, the next smaller group, and the same kind of a funding application to do that. Maybe it would be even better than using buses to go to a fixed guideway system, streetcar or light rail. This is what downtown Juneau, South Franklin could look like in the future with a light rail system providing most of the transportation instead of buses. And rather than putting wires up to run the light rail and streetcar, a hydrogen fueled train, no overhead wires, 200-mile range, fueled by hydrogen. Maybe this is the way we want to do it. And the Alaska Railroad might be the way we get started with hydrogen fuel trains. Rather than buying more battery electric vehicles, if we had the hydrogen fuel available in Alaska's major cities, we might prefer to use hydrogen fueled fuel cell electric drive cars. Here's the fuel cell driving the electric motor, just like the battery electric vehicles that we know now. Here's what a hydrogen fueling station looks like. Fuel it 300-mile range in 3 minutes. You don't have to plug it in some place, either in your garage or some public charging station. And Class 8 tractors are in service. This is the Port of LA. These tractors are in service now. The villages of Alaska are going to be difficult. Over 100 of them. They can harvest local energy, but we need annual scale firming storage for them. And I think rather than these very expensive gaseous hydrogen canisters and ganging them together to make the amount of storage that we need for annual scale firming storage in the villages, we probably want to use liquid ammonia because 70% more hydrogen atoms in a liter of liquid ammonia than in a liter of liquid hydrogen. It's a better hydrogen carrier than hydrogen. And here's how we might make it in the villages. We're missing this link, this novel ammonia synthesis. And ARPA-E is working on that via their refuel program. We don't have this. This is the missing link. And downstream in the villages, we need a good way to use the liquid ammonia. Very easy to store, cheap propane tanks of all kinds of different sizes, including very large ones. So are we going to have clean cruise ships? Look, Ma, no stacks. Unfortunately, the cruise ship industry response is to switch to LNG, which makes the situation worse because although you emit 25% less CO2, more greenhouse gases emitted as upstream as methane. So this is the language from the AR6, the summary report, IPCC. These are irreversible impacts. This is an emergency. This is why we need to go for the most promising. Rather than bunkering these cruise ships with crude oil, rather than with LNG, let's bunker them with liquid hydrogen, which we could make from some of the surplus hydropower that we're already letting go downstream. This is our Snettisham hydro in Juneau, and there are many systems like this. This is the Lake Dorothy system also serving Juneau, all the way up and down the coast here. So we could begin bunkering these cruise ships with liquid hydrogen fuel at stranded locations if the ships will stop to do so. They're bunkering for an hour as they ply their course. Primary bunkering here, and then they're off to bunker up there. The large container ships will probably be liquid ammonia fueled because they only have a crew of 20. If there's an ammonia leak, they just go stand outside for a while the guy goes down and repairs the leak. So anhydrous ammonia is very promising, including these container ships are going right through the windiest place in the world where we could make ammonia fuel for them with our abundant wind resources there. We're already storing ammonia in very large tanks in the Corn Belt. We know it can be done. And you probably heard Nathan Prisco's report on how we might even take ANS gas, stranded to Tidewater and ship it in 50,000 metric ton container tankers. So what are the compelling opportunities? The easiest one, the first one, is going to be hydrogen fueled vehicles, and then replace the buses and boats and aviation for the visitor industry, and then the cruise ships. How are we going to encourage them to run on renewable source of liquid hydrogen? And then let's make liquid ammonia for the pollutions and for the container ship trade. The villages is going to be difficult. Probably the liquid ammonia is going to be their best storage medium there, but we're missing this synthesis link. Export, it's going to have to be competitive. There's probably a better way to do it. Let's work together and find it, and start with these compelling use cases. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Erin.
Thank you so much, Bill. I appreciate that. Some good thoughts there. And I'm not seeing any questions in the chat. And Bill, I understand you're down in the Hydrogen Village in California right now. Is that correct?
That's right. I just met one of the senators who was putting a bill in to have more hydrogen infrastructure so they can move things around by hydrogen pipelines here in the state of California. They're clearly in the lead. They've really committed to this. We'd be wise to emulate them.
For those who may not know, can you tell folks where the village is, where the Hydrogen Village is in California?
Well, that's just the name they picked for a one-day display here. They've got a bunch of Class 8 tractors made by Hyundai and Toyota and all kinds of other people, and displays. Shell has one of their fueling stations here. It's just an event for a day to bring the public attention to how well California is doing in moving to renewable source hydrogen fueling at a variety of scales and sizes. And everyone is up against the pipeline question. You can't take this to scale, moving truckloads, whether it's gas or liquid hydrogen, around on the highways to fill up filling stations. We've got to go to pipelines and ship loads if we're going to send it to Japan and Korea.
Awesome. I do have one question that's come in here. What is the most economically compelling case for the hydrogen-related opportunities you've described?
The same that they see in California. It's the light-duty vehicles, fuel cell cars, vans, pickup trucks as we know them, because they clearly have a competitive advantage in California, where they drive a lot more miles than we do in Juneau, of course. But there are compelling advantages for them vis-a-vis the battery electric vehicles. We're not going to have Class 8 tractors as battery electric vehicles going down the road. So that's the most compelling for us. And then the shore excursions, buses, whale watching, and other marine fishing vehicles, the fishing fleet is the next logical one for us. And then try to do something for the villages, probably as a liquid ammonia, with the synthesis and then the use of the ammonia molecule, either cracking it to yield hydrogen or using the ammonia directly. Those are the most compelling cases for us because they're likely to be profitable soonest and the technology most available to us soonest.
Wonderful. Great. Well, thank you so much for sharing your time and your perspectives with us today. And we hope you can continue to enjoy your experience down there in California.
Are we going to stay on for Q&A?
I think that's as much as we've got time for right now. You can certainly look in the chat, and there's some comments in there that you can respond to. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now we move on to Steve Colt, who needs no introduction because you all heard from him yesterday. And I have asked Steve to provide his perspectives on what questions about hydrogen are the most urgent for Alaska. So Steve, the floor is yours. Oh, you're muted.
Following a distinguished line of muted, or a line of distinguished muted people, including the governor, I believe. Let me share the screen. Which questions are most urgent? Well, gosh, they all are, I guess. Bill highlighted that. We have an urgent need to move forward on all fronts. But I've tried to distill some of what we've all heard into 4 questions. I've put some links to Tuesday that I remember in orange and some links to this morning as quickly as I could try to transcribe them in blue. So here we go. I have 2 slides that you can look at on your own later when we post these with a metaphor, but I will go to my 4 questions and try not to cover myself up with the sidebar. So I'm not going to read these because I have a slide for each one. You probably already read them, but there they are. So question 1 relates to what I thought was an extremely provocative comment from Federico yesterday, talking about a project in Norway, where he, God bless him for making a provocative comment that the problem is the problem of introducing the hydrogen economy is a coordination problem. And I don't want to pass judgment on that, and I will come back to the role of technologists later in a positive way. So don't worry, technologists. But elaborating on this coordination problem, I do think it is essential that we not disregard coordination as an essential task. David Lockhart alluded to this with his call for a hydrogen strategy this morning. And some of the dimensions of the coordination, or why coordination is important, are the same ones that we've been facing with all aspects of our energy system in Alaska. Do we focus on retrofitting, or do we essentially try to leapfrog to the next generation of infrastructure that can embody the next generation of energy? Bill Leedy just made this point with great clarity when he lamented the potential use of LNG on cruise ships, as opposed to leapfrogging, if you will, to the use of a zero carbon hydrogen system. Second bullet is very important to economists. We are of course, the disciples or the apostles of the market, using prices and incentives to coordinate behavior, both by consumers and producers. But in the energy arena, we do seem to have a lot of quantity-based coordination going on. And it may be that quantity-based coordination, epitomized perhaps by a renewable portfolio standard, is what we need right now to move the ball down the field, given especially Americans' great reluctance to price carbon. You'll see on my next slide that the European context is quite different because, as you all know, they have essentially priced carbon. And I'll skip the third bullet, it's self-evident, but the last one is interesting to me anyway. That is whether our electric grid can be reconfigured or bolstered to become a hydrogen enabler, or will it remain a bottleneck that forces energy into hydrogen molecules because it can't go through the grid as electrons. So coordination really is an urgent question. My second question is, I think Alaska has to come to grips with, and what are our goals? Every speaker that I could tally up yesterday from Europe was developing technology and coordinating stuff in response to some sort of low carbon goal or carbon price. And I think I even quoted Federico accurately when he said, without a carbon tax, it's difficult. And indeed, in his ecosystem, he's looking at a carbon price of between $70 and $200 per ton. That's a tremendously different operating cost environment to what we have here. So what is our goal? And I've tried to be provocative here by asking, can we afford to not have a goal? Mark Foster gave the Delta Airlines perspective on what airlines want, and I heard the very same thing in person from the vice president of Airbus last week at MIT, who said, whoops. He didn't say whoops. I said whoops. He said, we are coming to market with hydrogen-powered aircraft, and we're going to get there by 2035, and we need airports that can take those planes. So I recall actually texting Erin Whitney and saying, Anchorage Airport Hydrogen Hub. I got so excited. But it's also a little bit scary. If we're not ready for Airbus's planes, they will probably go somewhere else. So can we afford not to have a goal? I'm going to skip the second part of this. It relates to the idea that hydrogen seems to be competing in the global marketplace in a low carbon global marketplace. And if we're not in a low carbon, on a low carbon trajectory in Alaska, this global competitive ecosystem is not going to be terribly interested in being with us. We don't have some kind of decarbonization strategy, goal, or incentive going on. Question 3 of 4. It seems clear to me anyway, from this workshop and from sampling the literature and the trade press, that there is a fantastically innovative and fast-moving global decarbonization industry taking shape or in good shape and starting to run. And so the urgent question for Alaska is, do we want to lead or follow the global decarbonization industry? We've heard plenty of discussion about opportunities. And one way to boil down this question is to, if I could, I can't, but if I could, I would put Bill Leedy's last slide back up where he had a progression going from decarbonizing our own backyard out into the export sector. But it may be that the best way to decarbonize our own backyard is to lead with large scale and therefore more economical export projects that could generate decarbonization at home as somewhat of a byproduct. Somewhat similar to how we got residential natural gas almost as a byproduct of Cook Inlet oil. My last question is obscured by the bar, but there it is for me to see. This goes right back to I guess I get to have the last word, so I get to reference myself. It goes back to my own conclusion that I offered up yesterday morning, which is that it's really all about the capital. And it's great to think about all these fantastic schemes, but they all boil down to an economist, or I suppose to a business investor. They all boil down to how much capital is it going to take and how much capital can we afford to put into a system with some prospect of getting a return on it. So with that reminder, I'm having trouble advancing my slide. There we go. The second part, or the crux of this question, is where are the use cases and the economics sufficiently compelling that hydrogen can actually move the needle on the global CO2 problem. In other words, we don't want to get bogged down in 25 little niches when there's one big gorilla that might be out there. Where can hydrogen actually move the needle and pay its way? And here we come full circle and we leave the technologists looking good and feeling good, because here coordination alone is not going to get us there. We need the technologists. We need them on the cost reduction front of all the pieces. And I think we need them very much to try to simplify and eliminate the pieces so that we can have capital saving and thus economical solutions. And then we need all the rest of us, the standard list of participants, to be in there, in the arena. And that especially includes informed citizens, so that we can do what Bill Leedy already alluded to. We've got to tell our congressional delegation and our elected officials what we want, and thus help get the resources to the people who can actually move the needle on the technologies and the coordination. So it is all hands on deck. That was everybody's idea, but I thought of it last night, so at least I didn't steal it from anybody. So those are my 4 compelling questions, and thank you for listening to them. That's it.
Thank you, Steve. As always, provocative and interesting. I have a question for you. Your second question was, what are Alaska's decarbonization goals? What is your perspective on what those might look like, or how those could be structured or framed? Is that a fair question?
Well, it is, but I'm going to give you the economist's stock answer because it doesn't hurt to hear it. I think we have so far rejected the idea of pricing carbon in Alaska, but I don't think we can abandon that as a part of the solution. So we have a quantity-based solution in the legislature right now with the RPS bill. And that may pass, and that may get us where we need to go in large part in the electricity sector. But as Bill Leedy pointed out, we have to decarbonize human society, not just the electric grid. So my economist answer to your question is that we should not abandon the discussion of pricing carbon in Alaska. And I'm sure others have other answers to your question. So I'm going to shut up, and maybe there'll be an opportunity for others to weigh in. It's a great question.
Okay. I would love to hear other comments. I'm looking for possible comments in the chat, or even from some of our other panelists.
Well, Erin, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I'd like to ask Bill Leedy this question. I found it very interesting that, Bill, that your list went from the backyard to the export market. And I'm curious whether you've thought through that enough to have a really crisp answer to why that's the right order as opposed to export-led decarbonization.
Yes, it's relatively, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
It's relatively easy to emulate California. They're building the fueling structure. They've got 45 or more retail fueling stations here, and they're building very large stations for the fleets of Class 8 tractors that serve the ports of LA and Long Beach. And they've got the policy in place. They've got the low carbon fuel standard, which is the complement to a renewable portfolio standard for the electricity industry, for the transportation industry running on fuel. We always imagine the grandiose for Alaska. We've been so successful at monetizing North Slope oil. Why don't we monetize all this renewable source energy that we have? but it has to be done competitively, and there has to be a very high capacity factor on the very expensive infrastructure required to harvest those stranded, diverse, geographically dispersed renewable energy resources. So as you economists do, Steve, start with a spreadsheet, make some assumptions, and get a collaborative people together and give it a try. See what's reasonable to do in the shorter term, and midterm, and move on. And finally, you got to sell it to people. People have to want to buy fuel cell cars to be fueled in Anchorage and in Juneau at the local fueling station, to transcend the easy thing, buy an $8,000 used Leaf. Works fine in Juneau, where we only have 40 miles of road. Short answer.
Erin, if I could just do a follow-up and see if we can get Mark Foster to weigh in on that same question, because I think it's a very interesting one for Alaska.
Mark, are you there?
Sure. My intuition, just based on trying to run through the numbers, is that I've got to get to scale to drive costs down in order to get to a spot where I can meet the challenge of international maritime and aviation sectors. So I guess I start with that perspective, and understanding that once I start with that perspective, I'm getting unit costs down. So the production of the fuel that will go to heating or fuel cells or other processes is competitive sooner, rather than starting from smaller scale niches. So that's it's an intuition about the evolution, based on a review of the data that I've been able to find in the public record, combined with knowledge about what I'll call the Alaska cost premium on capital and operating costs. So that's my starting point.
Thank you. Steve, did you want to respond to that? You are muted.
No, I think that was a great little summary of the arguments, and we should move on to other areas.
Okay. All right. Well, this wraps up. Well, actually, I will say, going back to the goal of decarbonization and how that might be framed for the state, there is a comment in the chat from David Lockard that one way to frame the goal would be to take advantage of federal funding and already economic hydrogen opportunities available today. So I appreciate that input, David. All right, we are going to transition to our final break. And when we come back, we will have our final panel on external opportunities, partners, and markets. We'll hear from a national lab representative and a partner in Hawaii, as well as some folks from Iceland and France about partnership opportunities globally. So the timer is up. You can see how much time we have until we come back. And during the break, we will be showcasing some of our upcoming events, including other workshops in this virtual series, Arctic X and the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference. So stick around and we'll see you back live at 11:20 a.m. Alaska time. Welcome, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that break. We are finishing our last session today with our panel on external opportunities, partners, and markets. I'm excited to welcome perspectives from the national labs, Hawaii, and 2 international partners, Iceland and France. And it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Michael McElhaney from the Arctic Energy Office. Michael came to the Arctic Energy Office from the DOE Office of International Affairs. He's also been heavily involved in policy and strategy for the Navy, and as a staff member for the U.S. House of Representatives, and he holds degrees from Georgetown University and Johns Hopkins University. So, Mike, take it away, and I look forward to your introduction of our panelists and some stimulating discussion ahead.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you to all the previous participants. It's really been illuminating to listen to all the presentations and to see the conversations in chat and elsewhere. On behalf of the Arctic Energy Office, we were excited to work with the University of Alaska Fairbanks on today's event and to help stand up the Alaska Hydrogen Working Group, which you heard about earlier. We'd also like to take this moment to plug the May 23rd Arctic X event in Anchorage, where we'll be having several panels on bringing DOE energy technology make it more available in Alaska. The interest in the hydrogen transition is not limited to Alaska, but is global and pan-Arctic. And I think today's panel represents that very well, as Erin mentioned, with folks from our national laboratory system at DOE, from Hawaii, and from our partners in Iceland and in France. I'd also like to make a shout out for the folks across the Arctic who aren't represented, who have reached out to DOE and to our partners with interest in doing more with hydrogen, including our friends in Estonia who have stood up in a hydrogen cluster, and our friends in Greenland who are very much interested in the energy transition going forward. But with that out of the way, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Stephen Christensen from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in beautiful Golden, Colorado. Steve is an expert on hydrogen and materials technology with a PhD from the University of Northwestern University and a bachelor's degree in materials science from the University of Utah. He is an alumni of the DOE Energy I-Corps, which is an excellent program, which he may mention a little bit, and is currently supporting the EIC team at DOE. So with that, I'd like to hear from Steve. Thank you.
Great. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to share my slides today. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to do this. And I've been talking to Erin. Erin and I worked together when she was at NREL, and it sounds like she's moved on to some great things, and I stayed behind. So today we'll be talking talking about NREL's new, let's call it a megawatt scale laboratory to test and de-risk emerging energy technology. We refer to it more precisely as the ARES platform, which is the Advanced Research on Integrated Systems. It spans two of our campuses in Colorado. The main campus here it's housed in the Energy Systems Facility. We call it the ACEP. And then our Flatirons campus up near Boulder has a lot of great renewable electricity generation that we have been able to repurpose. This originally, I think, stemmed from long-term programs with wind and some solar that has now allowed us to have generation, and we're building that out into the actual site for the location of kind of the larger scale stuff. It is connected to our high performance computing center. It has, which gives us ability to emulate grids and simulate other scenarios that might be useful for larger scale energy technology. To kind of be more precise, at the ACEP, there is a substantial amount of research going on around behind the meter storage, smart water heaters, batteries. We have our hydrogen charging facilities there for vehicles, and other aspects of kind of the less than 2 megawatt scale. That is also the home, like I said, of the virtual environment. So we can tie some of the data and information we're getting from the loads and storage at the smaller scale, build it into larger models using the virtual capabilities of digital twins and other computing opportunities, and send some of those load profiles, if they're complex, to this larger scale megawatt facility at Flatirons. And to be more specific about what we have there is, first of all, we have the data link, high-speed data link to the ACEP back at the main campus, but we have a number of interesting assets on hand. We have a 1 megawatt hour scale battery that could change as new projects bring additional storage online. In the center is a controllable grid interface, which is used to tell us basically the more complex grid operations. It can simulate grid faults and other things. That is going to be upgraded to the 20 megawatt scale. And that's kind of where the 20 megawatt number lands from. And today we're going to be talking a little bit more about the upgrading and improved hydrogen infrastructure that we will will have completely online. I think by the fall, some of it is already in place. And that is a 1.25 megawatt PEM electrolyzer, a 600 kilogram ground storage of compressed hydrogen storage in a 1 megawatt PEM fuel cell. These are all integrated and allows us to kind of test the new potential emerging technology that is in hydrogen, because a lot of it, as we talked about in this workshop, is just at the demonstration phase or a little bit behind. I think there was a comment earlier today about the importance of demonstrating technology, and this is really the opportunity to do it at the next scale from just maybe the lab scale. So with that, I actually want to give you a quick case study of how that might work. It's a project that I'll be leading. We're nearly done with our contracting. We'll be starting soon, hopefully this month or early in May. But it centers around material storage for hydrogen. We've talked a lot about storage in large scale, maybe underground storage or compressed or liquid, or via carrier like ammonia or methanol. Material storage is a way that we can store hydrogen with a solid. And it has been researched for many years, like 50, I think, something like that. And it comprises two major branches. One is sorbents, which is going to be a material that allows hydrogen to stick to it better and can reduce the pressures and increase the capacity. Metal hydrides is another technology that is probably a little bit more advanced along the commercialization pathway, and that is where a metal will actually react with a hydrogen molecule to form a compound that we can reversibly extract the hydrogen back. And examples of that are kind of titanium hydride, titanium iron hydride, and some others. Material storage has traditionally lagged behind some of the more simple approaches like compressed storage. The main problem with material storage is getting it to operate at low enough temperature that basically is conducive to a small balance of plant footprint and other aspects that might change how this gets used. A lot of that technology, or a lot of that R&D in the last 30 years, a substantial portion of DOE and also European sources and Japanese inputs looked at using materials for light duty vehicles. It still is kind of going on, but it's definitely trickling off to some of the other cases where compressed storage. However, when we look at materials for stationary storage that we could pair with grids, microgrids, and other applications, it starts to maybe get more attractive where we don't have weight constrictions. The benefits that we get from material storage is reduced vessel volumes. And so this graph is just kind of my generic one where on the larger scale, we have compressed storage that typically ranges between 350 and 700 bar. There's some wiggle room there, but that basically gives you 30 to 60 kilograms per meter cubed. Liquid hydrogen clocks in at 71, which is a good standard, but materials can actually outperform in volume efficiency, even liquid hydrogen. And there's a variety of ways to go about doing that. Like I said, there's lots of metal hydrides. And so those space savings come very important when we look at larger scale storage. And also there is potential for these materials to be safer in storage, and I'll explain a little bit more of that in a slide or two. And in general, materials allow us to design the operating conditions that might work more favorably by simply altering and adjusting the materials composition. So the technology that we're going to be testing in this upcoming project is metal hydride technology that's been offered by GKN Hydrogen. GKN Hydrogen is is part of GKN Global, which is a company that is mainly in aerospace and automotive. 10 years ago or a little bit more, they pivoted or decided to diversify in energy and took their core capabilities in metals value chain and metals processing, and took some exciting science and started to turn it into an actual technology. And they are one of the very few companies out there, I would say, that have advanced commercial products. They launched their line in 2021. This is an example of their largest scale offering, and this is what we'll be testing at the Aries site in the next few years. The challenge with materials storage really is that the world doesn't understand. While I think GKN has a very advanced product, and it, you know, some of those orders have been placed on some of their smaller units, as I understand. It still takes a little bit of understanding to get over that, you know, reluctance by early adopters. And so this is an opportunity maybe of a lifetime for me and some of the other people that have been working on material storage, but also just to see where hydrogen technology can go. And so I'll give you an idea, just a little bit more what goes into it. This is a cutaway of GKN's system. It has these metal hydride discs that allow hydrogen come in and flow in and out. And the exciting thing is that they designed this product to work around commercial electrolyzers, so that there will be no effective compression required to store the hydrogen. And so when an electrolyzer has a typical output of about 40 bar, which is a little over 500 PSI, and that will absorb hydrogen right off at room temperature, and then you get your hydrogen back and by just flowing in a heat basically, and it's not very hot. It only is about the temperature of hot water, and you can discharge hydrogen back to a fuel cell or other applications. And this is really important, is where we have a very low energy efficiency footprint, and we think that we can make some progress in that area. Also, this material is very inert. It is pretty highly stable, and it pose some of the flammability risks that you see with just gaseous hydrogen and other aspects of just safety in general. So it's also made of completely recyclable metals that are inexpensive, and there's a potential for scaling. So what we want to do in our project is, actually, we're going to be testing their product 2.0. They've changed the configuration of this large tank to a smaller, more shippable product in these standard 20-foot ISO containers. But we'll be deploying two of the tanks together, working them in operation to store a little over 500 kilograms of hydrogen. That's equivalent to 17.2 megawatt hours of electricity. This is the largest demonstration of a materials storage project to our knowledge. We think prior to this, a good size demonstration was only on the 10 to 15 kilograms, and that was about 10 years ago. So it is really a big advance in that aspect. And what we'll do with this project is first show how this technology could connect to a green hydrogen infrastructure. So it'll actually take about a year to kind of get completely installed and operating, and we'll be sharing best practices and what we learned on how to connect that, and maybe some information on ways designers can use when they're planning sites. And then in the second phase of the project, we'll be doing a validation of the technology to look how quickly it charges, how quickly it discharges, its effective capacity and round trip efficiency, the efficiency of storing hydrogen. So we'll be able to publish some numbers on that and give people a better, again, idea of how it works and how it performs. We have a component that will look at the economics of this, both what it might create in terms of supply and what it might create in opportunities and use case, but also what it might cost us to do this. And lastly, and this is the part about partnering that brings us to the table, is we want input on to design experiments from stakeholders and potential technology adopters, people that would want to deploy stationary storage, to give us inputs. And that's basically will be what my approach is, to basically reach out and also have people reach out to us, to have conversations and decide and discuss what use cases might be interesting to them, and we'll go out and try to demonstrate that in an experiment. So that could be load following power supply, understand how quickly it can get up to speed. We're looking at data centers. Through talking with Erin, we've been getting some input from the high north stakeholders and what might be useful there. And so we're really reaching out to the public as best we can, and that'll start getting ramped up soon to get these inputs and design 3 or 4 experiments to kind of demonstrate what might be a useful case for specific applications. So with that, I think I skipped over. So if you did want to reach out and contact me, my email is there, where you can probably get a hold of Erin or some of the organizers and get back to us. Also, our partnering, our program is our laboratory program manager is Keith Whipke, and he can help with a lot of other aspects of our partnering. I'm going to actually share a couple of slides there, and we're almost done, but I just want to share this for potential partnering with the hydrogen hubs. NREL has a lot of analysis tools. The SARA tool is one of the tools that might be useful to help look at the infrastructure and development of hydrogen. And so please, again, reach out to me or Keith, and we can talk more about using this tool. In addition to that, we have a very strong group in hydrogen infrastructure that specializes in compressed storage, fueling stations for both light duty and heavy duty, and also the analysis and modeling that goes along with that. As Alaska looks at opportunities and maybe a hub opportunity, you want to understand how to integrate this technology and hydrogen technology, and really would be excited to work with you guys and help out where we can. I want to close with just acknowledging the Department of Energy, Hydrogen Fuel Cell Technology Office for funding this project and other aspects of this work, and also our upcoming partners, GK Hydrogen, and I didn't mention SoCal Gas is also part of that, where they're providing some input and funding to help us understand some of the use cases and analysis. So with that, I'll turn it over to questions or whatever we're doing next, but I think maybe my time's up anyway, so.
Oh, thank you, Steve, very much. I forgot to mention, we're going to do questions at the end to pull them together, because I think a lot of the presentations will feed off each other, Steve, if that's all right with you. Yeah. Our next presenter is Mr. Richard Rocheleau from the University of Hawaii, who has over 40 years of experience in renewable energy at the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute. Rick, you have more experience than almost anybody I know in this field, and the Alaska-Hawaii links are strong. So I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
And thank you. I think I need to take that 40 years out. So I'm going to run through. I'm going to do a couple things. Not knowing who else is in the audience, I'm just going to do a one-slide introduction to HNEI. And first of all, I'm Rick Rocheleau. I'm the director of the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute. I'm going to give a little bit of the history of our involvement in the hydrogen program with DOE and with other organizations. And I'm going to do that at a very high level. I'm then going to kind of drill down into one of our ongoing projects that we believe, makes a good test site for a number of things. And then finally shift gears and in 2 or 3 slides, present a little bit of a use case that I think might be of interest to island and small grid environments. Kind of looking at storage from a different perspective, even when you don't have the really big seasonal variability. So with that, I'm going to get started. So Hawaii Natural Energy Institute, we are part of the University of Hawaii at Manoa. We have been around since 1974, but we were also established in statute, which gave us a role to look at a broad range of energy issues within the state. We have 3 basic types of activities. We conduct research, development, test technologies, similar to what a lot of university labs do. We have a very active program developing international partnerships in the Asia Pacific region, get funding from a variety of sources for that. We're very active in probably a half a dozen or more nations across Asia Pacific. And because of the legislative mandate from 2007, we are also very active in doing policy and technical analysis for the state to help guide our directions. And that can include hydrogen, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. The phone is ringing, not intended to. Okay, so HNI has been involved in the hydrogen game for quite a while. We are one of the original 4 universities funded back in 1986 when DOE first started the Renewable Resources Program. And our effort was focused on hydrogen production and storage. 2000, the state looked at hydrogen much more seriously, actually appropriated funds. HNI was on the winning team. We've used that to help support our project along the years. 2003, there was a shift away from just hydrogen into fuel cell development and testing. That was a partnership with United Technologies. At the time, it was International Fuel Cells. And since that time, we've continued our research, but we've moved significantly in the direction of testing and validation of technology out in the field around the refueling and operation of buses. And so I'm going to kind of take us through that. So currently, what's left of that long history? We still are funded by DOE. We still do photoelectrochemical hydrogen production. That program's been continuously funded since '86. We work on advanced storage materials. We have a pretty significant activity around fuel cells. The focus is really fuel cells for harsh environments. And the most recent focus is trying to look at developing PEM fuel cells to be able to operate reliably with reduced fuel and air purity requirements. Certainly from the DoD perspective, but I think also from the commercial perspective, those are significant issues. I'm going to talk a little bit more about our hydrogen fueling station, which is integrated or working in partnership with the County of Hawaii and their mass transit agency to actually operate buses and have it be in their public fleet, providing service to the community. And the italics down the bottom is a bill that's currently active in the state legislature, which is asking HNEI to do a statewide assessment and then to fold that into the feasibility studies that are going on otherwise around the state for enhancing our renewable energy integration on the state. So this is a schematic of the hydrogen fueling station that has been built and developed. And I'll show a couple of real pictures in a minute. The concept was, it's on the Big Island of Hawaii at a facility called the Natural Energy Laboratory Hawaii Authority. It's near the Kona Airport. It has a 60 kilogram per day electrolyzer for, we call it central generation, because rather than fill tanks on site, we fill 3 storage trailers that each will hold 100 kilograms at 450 bar. They then can be transported to different locations around the island. And we have one in hand, and we're looking at more, of then having distributed dispensing systems where the hydrogen is needed. The current one has a boost compressor so we can efficiently remove the hydrogen from those storage tanks before they return to the central facility to be refilled. And we have 3 fuel cell electric buses. And these are actually fuel cell electric hybrids. It's a 40 kilowatt fuel cell, a 22 kilowatt hour battery, and 19 kilogram of hydrogen storage with an estimated range of about 300 miles. And those buses are a long history of their development. We had the Park Service involved, had DOD involved, had DOE involved. So what's going on now? We're operating this facility. I'll show a few pictures. We're continuing to assess the performance of the electrolyzer, including looking at cycling for grid services. And that, going back a couple of slides, we had a program specifically to look at the electrolyzer for those purposes. And we did modify the controls and look at what was limiting the ability to cycle that more quickly to provide those grid services. And we have published those results. I can get the link. I don't have it here. We're really looking at performance, reliability, and acceptance of the hydrogen-powered vehicles on that island. And as part of our DoD-funded work, we actually have some patented controls on there to allow us to take that bus into some relatively harsh environments. And that's really where the fuel cell electric hybrid comes in. We have the capability of sensing the environment and turning to electric operation for a short period of time until the environment is safe, and then going back into the fuel cell mode of operation. So if you look at the picture there, there's a couple of specific modules. There's one that says the electrolyzer room. I'm going to show a schematic of what that looks like in detail. This shows there's a dispensing connecting post on the site that we can pull the trailers pull the trailers up to. And then separately, there's a hydrogen dispenser on the left side of that picture where we can refuel the buses when they come in to this site for operation. And then there are, as I said, dispensing operations that can be put up in other parts of the island. This is a couple of pictures that shows it's kind of real. Upper left-hand picture is the site itself. You see the white building with the green bottom is the electrolyzer room. The dispensing post is the small little blue station over in the back right corner of that concrete pad. And the trailers pull up where that white roof is covering it. The two pieces of equipment over on the left are actually some cooling equipment to keep the electrolyzer and compressors cool. And that's actually a fairly significant energy load. So one of the things we're learning is you really do have to look not just at the electrolyzer, but really this full system. We knew it, but we're learning more and more of that all the time. The middle picture on the right is one of our tanks. As I said, it's about 100 kilograms of hydrogen at about 450 bar. The picture on the lower left is the dispensing station, which is in the lower or the upper right corner of that concrete pad. The schematic shows what's in that larger trailer. It's got a small room with the controls. It's got the electrolyzer and power supplies for the electrolyzer in the middle, and then a buffer tank and the hydrogen compressor in the right-hand side. And that's the piece of equipment we've gone in and modified controls to be able to get faster response on. And the picture on the upper right, if there's any chance at all that Pete Devlin is looking at this presentation, that is actually Mitch Ewan, my hydrogen program manager, filling the bus with hydrogen. So it has actually happened, and the bus operates and can be filled with hydrogen. So it's a real project now. So I'm going to go from that to a couple of slides to just switch real quickly to what's going on in Hawaii energy-wise and where I think there could be a business opportunity for hydrogen, depending on cost and technology and other things. So Hawaii is really transforming their grids rapidly right now. And this is a plot for the islands overall that shows the new installations of energy systems by decade. And what you see is that in the 2010 era, we had a big push for distributed PV. That was rooftop PV. There was a little bit of utility scale PV and a little bit of storage. What's happening now, kind of ongoing, these are signed PPAs. Certainly some of the global shipping challenges are maybe impacting timing a little bit, but there's a significant number of power purchase agreements signed for all islands to really significantly increase our utility scale photovoltaics. And each of those systems comes with about 4 hours of storage. And that storage is based on the size of the inverter, not necessarily the PV, which is usually oversized. This is going to put us to the point where we're going to be pushing the 50 to 60% total energy from renewables, with most of it variable wind and solar. The little figure on the right is just kind of a leftover that shows that our thermal capacity is very old, with much of it even older than 50 years. So really does need replacement. And the studies have shown that the solar and storage can very effectively replace that up to a certain point. This next slide, a lot of information compressed on one slide. But what we find is that in Hawaii's kind of environment, where we have good sunshine almost every day of the year, although there's some seasonal variability. The 4-hour battery really allows retirement of much of that thermal capacity and allows reliable grid operation up to about 80% variable renewables. And at that point, we start to see significant curtailments. We either need a very different form of storage or something else. And the way we've modeled this is to look at how much firm power do we need to back up that variable renewable. So in a way, it's storage, but it's not necessarily seasonal. It's not each night. It's the fact that we need dispatchable energy we can call on. And depending how much solar and wind we put in, what needs to be called on varies quite significantly. And so what we're really looking at is, we're not really calling that the storage component. We're saying that, depending on the resources that are available, if we want to get to the 100% goals, we need to be able to provide firm power. And typically that would be geothermal. It might be hydro, depending on the hydro resource. Bioenergy could play a role. A lot of islands, though, are really limited in their available resources in that. So the question is, can hydrogen, imported or locally produced, be part of the firm power mix? And this particular analysis is for the Oahu grid. And we have roughly a 1,000 megawatt grid. We're talking about getting to 70, 80, even 90% of our energy coming from the variable renewables. But even so, we need anywhere from 600 to 800 megawatts of firm power. But as the chart in the bottom shows, some of that power is used very, very intermittently. So what we're looking at is a form of storage, but storage that's used as a peaking plant or as a firm power to back up the renewables when weather events happen, when there's outage of other units. And we can then look at, are there opportunities, particularly at some of the lower capacity factor needs, for the ability of hydrogen, if we have the appropriate hydrogen storage to fit into that market. And that's one of the things we're intending to look at more closely. And that's kind of the end of my talk. So at the end, I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. And I was jotting down questions. There's so much to learn. And I don't know if Pete Devlin is watching, but he helped stand up the Alaska Hydrogen Working Group. And I'm sure he will be excited to see the bus in action. Our next presenter.
I was just going to say, Mitch has promised that bus to Pete many times. So
I will let him know. Our next presenter is Anna Margaret Corneliusdottir from Iceland with Icelandic New Energy, an organization I happened to meet with when I was in Iceland for Arctic Circle Assembly in October, the world's largest Arctic community gathering. Iceland was a leader in the hydrogen transition before the global financial crisis led to a small setback. But Anna will brief us on Icelandic New Energy and Iceland's prospects for a hydrogen economy and the Arctic more broadly. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you. So am I on mute? No, I am not on mute. Well done. Thank you for the introduction and for some great insights earlier in the presentations I've listened to so far. I hope you've all had a great 2 days of discussion, and I will give you a high-level overview of decarbonization pathways here in Iceland, and I suppose I'll be representing the entire Nordic region. I'll give you just a little introduction into Icelandic New Energy and what we've been up to for the past 20 years, and I'll give you some Icelandic context and talk about our journey towards energy transition and decarbonization, talking about some policy measures and ways to support the adoption of clean energy technology. I'll talk a little bit about our hydrogen projects and Nordic collaborations, and finishing with some next steps. So a little bit about Icelandic New Energy. We're a small company founded in 1999, around the time when Iceland was supposed to become the world's first hydrogen economy. So we were founded to build up and run actually the world's first commercial hydrogen refueling station, which was opened, I think, in 2003. The company has a simple goal to eliminate the use of fossil fuels in transport, and we are a non-profit entity owned by some of the largest energy and utility companies here in Iceland. We have taken part in numerous, probably tens or hundreds of projects related to any type of zero emission technology over the past 20, 25 years. And today we coordinate a large pan-European project related to the deployment of hydrogen and fuel cell technology across Europe. And I'll get into that later. And I'd like to start out with giving you a little context on Iceland, as even though Icelanders probably think that everybody knows everything about Iceland and we're super big and important. I'll just give you an idea of the scale of our decarbonization pathway. So we're a small island in the North Atlantic, very close to the Arctic Circle. Most of our towns and cities are quite remote, and most of them are coastal, and we have a lot of uninhabited areas in the middle of the country. We are a small country of about 370,000 inhabitants, so about half of Alaska, but we're quite a bit smaller, but about 14 times smaller than Alaska. Our passenger car fleet is about 220,000 passenger vehicles. We had some 30,000 vans that we need to transition away from fossil fuels, and some 13,000 trucks, etc. We are a large fishing nation, so we have a major challenge in decarbonizing our fishing fleet. And due to the fact that we have abundant renewable energy resources, we are also very large consumers of energy per capita. Now, this is due to the fact that 80% of our power production goes to heavy industry rather to domestic use. And almost 100% of our power production is in fact green, mostly derived from hydroelectric power and geothermal energy. Our decarbonization journey started probably 70 years ago when we transferred our district heating from using coal and oil into utilizing our vast geothermal resources. With regard to transport, our decarbonization journey started about 13 or 14 years ago, or probably 15 years ago now. And we've had ambitious government setting really high targets for decarbonization and clean energy in transport, aiming for carbon neutrality by 2040. And the plan is to ban new registrations of fossil fuel vehicles in 8 years' time, or less than 8 years' time, in 2030. Now, this is has been supported by extensive incentives to boost and accelerate the adoption of EVs specifically, and coming into hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in the past couple of years or so. We hope to have a hydrogen roadmap to be published probably before the summer, but I'll get to that a little bit later. So, as I said before, we've been adopting alternative fuel vehicles for quite some time now. And when I use the word alternative fuel vehicles, I'm referring to any type of vehicle that uses in part or and as a whole any type of alternative fuel. So methane vehicles, methanol, pure electric vehicles, hybrid electric, and plug-in hybrid. So currently we are at, for our passenger vehicles, we are at 13%. So we're definitely making some progress, but it's quite slow. I hope to see it pick up in the coming years. As I mentioned before, we are actually pioneers in hydrogen and fuel cell projects, having started in the early 2000s. Currently, we have 2 hydrogen refueling stations open to the public, and these are geared only towards passenger vehicles at the moment. We have a small installation of an electrolyzer located at a geothermal power plant outside of the capital area of Reykjavik. But we have seen, I would say probably in the past 2 years or so, a rise in the number of stakeholders planning and looking into the production of hydrogen, methanol, and other hydrogen derivatives, either for use for off-takers here locally or domestically, or for export. The National Energy Fund has been instrumental in supporting our journey towards carbon neutrality. Now, it's been supporting projects, clean energy projects, specifically for transport now for about 6 years. And it announced a call just about 3 weeks ago. And this is the first time that the fund will be supporting projects that have to do specifically with hydrogen, which is a great change. Up until now, the fund has mainly supported projects that deal with EVs, charging infrastructure, and related activities. So we're very excited to see what types of projects actually do apply for funding this time, and indeed which projects will get supported later on this year. And on to our Nordic neighbors. Now, as a small nation, we tend to look to our neighbors in Scandinavia for inspiration and knowledge sharing, and we often collaborate with the different Nordic countries. Now, Norway was one of the first Nordic countries to publish its hydrogen strategy, which came out in, I think it was June of 2020. And this is another country that has ample renewable energy resources. However, obviously does also have ample oil resources, which has enabled Norway to fund extensive clean energy projects over the past decade or so. Now, the Norwegian strategy and its roadmap that was published last year in June centers upon the production of and utilization of green and blue hydrogen. Now, being a great fishing and maritime country, and also if you take into account the fact that the Norwegian road system utilizes passenger ferries quite a lot, the focus in Norway will be on the production of hydrogen for the maritime sector. Now, as we've talked, as I've heard the previous speakers talk about, this also deals with the fact of scaling. Our issue here in Iceland has been the fact that we only have passenger vehicles using our hydrogen, and it just isn't enough to scale up the production and lower the cost. And the Norwegians are also looking into subsea storage and abandoned oil reservoirs, with the production of hydrogen from offshore wind. And I think we'll see those come into realization in the coming years. And if we look a little bit south to Denmark, which is actually not an Arctic country, but a fellow collaborator in many a project. Denmark is also has ample renewable energy resources, but mainly utilizing wind power and biogas. Now, the Danish Power-to-X strategy, which came out, was introduced in November of last year and finally accepted by the Parliament just last March. This centers upon not only hydrogen, but also other derivatives, and is in general talked about as a Power-to-X strategy. So the Danes are looking to produce green hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol, and expanding the significant offshore wind capacity, looking to reach up to 5 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity by 2030. Now, each of these countries that I've mentioned so far is also obviously looking into the export of hydrogen, but I think the domestic needs will need to be catered to first before the export angle will be examined. Now, all of these countries are part of a pan-European flagship project funded by the European Union called Hydrogen Mobility Europe, or H2ME for short. And this has been an instrumental project to deploy hydrogen refueling stations and vehicles, indeed, across the European continent. So Icelandic New Energy actually coordinates the Scandinavian coalition, but we also have activities in the UK, France, Netherlands, Germany, and we also have observer countries in Italy and Austria. So this project has been very important to demonstrate the use of hydrogen and fuel cell technology, and also to kind of connect with the public and increase the visibility of these vehicles. Which is why the next big thing I think we need to tackle is the larger vehicles. And this also relates to the scaling up issue that we need to talk about. We have several projects that deal with comparing and looking at the total cost of operation for hydrogen versus direct electrification. And I think it's pretty clear that direct electrification will be the way to go for short distance vehicles and light duty vehicles, while hydrogen can be utilized for larger vehicles such as trucks, buses, coaches, marine vessels, aviation, et cetera, as we've talked about earlier today. Our main concern has been the grid and infrastructure, the high utilization of any infrastructure that we do invest in, and it's obviously it's a complicated issue, but we have quite a few feasibility studies ongoing, and so I hope we'll see the first trucks coming to Iceland in the coming year. Well, probably within 3 years or so, I hope. One of these projects is a project we work on with fellow countries in Ireland, the Faroe Islands, Finland, Norway, and Greenland. This is a hydrogen utilization project that deals with remote communities, often island communities that have low grid connections, even isolated grids, and thus bear high costs of transport and service delivery. So high energy costs and low energy security, really. Not all of these, though, are Arctic countries, but they all have these issues in common related to isolation, rural communities, and dependence on weak grids. And for the Icelandic case study on this, we are looking into how we can map out infrastructure for trucks and transport around our small island. Looking into actually how many stations we will need. Is there a need for redundancy in stations at each location? Where to place the electrolyzer? How to distribute the hydrogen? I don't imagine that we will go for the pipeline solution, but it'll be interesting to see how we'll make this happen. And indeed, I sincerely hope that the government will be further supporting hydrogen and electrofuel projects in the future. Now, in all of these projects that we have taken part in, a lot of lessons have been learned, despite the fact that some of the projects obviously haven't quite worked out as we would have wanted. But it's quite obvious that the security of supply and security of off-takers simultaneously is very important. as I mentioned before, raising awareness with the public, demonstrating the technology that it actually does work and is feasible. And the production cost of hydrogen obviously comes with the larger electrolyzer capacity. Now, all of the projects that I have mentioned, and I think I can say almost all of the projects in the Nordic countries have been made possible by public funding and official commitments. However, we do need stronger hydrogen strategies and for the long term in order to realize all of these ambitious hydrogen and decarbonization plans that each of our governments have set forth. And as one of the speakers earlier mentioned, this is obviously an issue that can't be tackled in isolation. We do need cross-sector collaborative effort and involvement in the community as well. Now, going forward, and kind of to summarize, it's quite clear that when we bring the large users into the market, this will completely change the business case for hydrogen infrastructure and indeed the deployment of vehicles. As a small country, we have a tough time securing equipment and infrastructure, especially due to the fact that we don't have a national strategy yet, but this is due to change. The bulk of the small production that we do foresee in the coming 5 years or so will definitely go to the countries that do have strong political support and definite strategies and action points coming into force in the next 2 to 3 years. For our purposes, we go for 100% renewable energy and green hydrogen always. And we hope for the continued strong governmental and political support so we can deploy our first trucks and continue on our decarbonization journey. And I think I'll make that my last slide so far and give the word over to Mike.
Thank you so much, Anna. And there's so much to circle back to on that. And I like that can, and whether it's a can of Alaska Mountain Air or Iceland Mountain Air, I wish I had some right now. It says East Coast Air. No offense to folks on the East Coast. Our last but not least speaker is Micah Mored from the Paris Institute of Political Science, or Sciences Po, as it is known. He's also on the faculty of the French War College, or École de Guerre. He's an expert on Arctic hydrogen and Arctic political strategy. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. So this is me from Paris. It's 10 past 10 p.m. here. So as you can imagine, in France, nobody stays that late in the office, and I'm really alone here on the Sciences Po campus. But it's great. It's a great feeling. So I'm going to share my slides with you today. I prepared like 20 slides ish, and I only have 15 minutes, so I'll try to go as fast as possible. But don't worry, I can send you the slides, or we can debate them afterwards on LinkedIn or Twitter or wherever you like. So basically, I've been tasked by Michael to come up with some kind of a geopolitical connection between Alaska and Europe. And basically what I'm going to try to do is to show you guys what's happened in Europe over the past few weeks. It's just a matter of weeks, really, in the post-Ukraine context, how everything has changed vis-a-vis hydrogen here for the better, at least for those who are invested in hydrogen. Basically, just one quick word on where I speak from today. I speak from Sciences Po, which is the top policy school here in our country. And I'm Secretary General of the Chaire Outremer, the research chair on the overseas territories. And basically, the concept of Outremer in France, in French, it means overseas, literally. And we basically do research on all the countries in the world that administer or just have some detached territory from the mainland. So in Europe, there are many countries that have such kind of institutional architecture. And of course, in the Arctic, for example, there's Greenland that still belongs to Denmark. That's part of our research scope. And in the US, we study Alaska, we study Puerto Rico, but also many of the US territories in the Pacific. So that's basically what we do. And within the chair, we have decided to create, from the very beginning of the chair, a hydrogen program. Basically, there's just one simple reason to that. It's the fact that in the French national law, since 2015, there's been a specific law that says that all of these overseas territories that France has all across the world must become carbon-free by 2030. This law was passed as a green law package back in 2015 during the negotiations for the Paris Agreement. Remember the COP21 event we had in Paris? And basically what this has created, this has generated is, of course, a lot of interest on what are the technologies, what are the value chains that could actually deliver this carbon-free Outre-mer territories by 2030, and hydrogen came in as a preferred solution in many territories. And there are many connections to what's happening in the Arctic, because we are talking about isolated areas, very far away sometimes from the cities, from the economic centers of the country. We are talking for some of our territories about either subarctic or subantarctic or even Antarctic territories that share some very similar, just meteorological, for example, living conditions with many Arctic communities. And we've had, over the past 8 years, more or less, a lot of world firsts in hydrogen in those territories. And it has, of course, generated another set of firsts on the mainland and in Europe in general, because at this point in 2022, for example, the world leading electrolyzers manufacturer is French. The world leading refueling stations manufacturer is French, or what could I say? The world leading CCS plant designer and EPC is also French. So basically, this is very interesting, a very interesting time to study hydrogen in France. And the connection we can make with Alaska is we're going to look in our chair, we're going to look at Alaska in the very same way we look at Guadeloupe or French Guiana or the Antarctic French territories. Basically, we look at it as a detached territory from the mainland, from the lower 48. Of course, I'm not teaching you here anything. You know that all too well. And basically, if we apply what we've seen in many of those French islands to the Arctic context, we basically see that there are so many connections. And there's also something that has stricken us. And it's the fact that this multidimensionality from policy to business point of view of all these energy opportunities that could be unlocked by hydrogen, green hydrogen in this case, of course, is often overlooked. And that's too bad, really, because in the Arctic context, in as much as in the Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon context or the Réunion context, for example, we can talk about, when we talk about hydrogen, we talk about a green steel possibly, we talk about new ways to manage waste, as we see now developing in Texas or California, for example. We can talk about air cargo, we can talk about regional aviation. I mean, many of those things have been discussed in the previous presentation, so I'm not going to go deep into that, but there are many connections. And what is once again very interesting is that the French hydrogen ecosystem has been, for the past 10 years, very active globally in trying to build this policy to business coordination with, for example, forums such as the Hydrogen Council being led in the first place by some French companies and now being really this worldwide, like a private discussion coordination tool to discuss hydrogen intercontinentally and trying to fuel to help fostering this commodification of hydrogen. So definitely a lot of things are either coming from us. Of course, I have to say that I'm French, so I have to, be a little bit cocky. Otherwise, I wouldn't be French, right? But more importantly than that, what we're trying to do here in France is to think about hydrogen in a systematic approach with all of these multi-dimensions and these opportunities that could be unlocked with hydrogen. And what's very interesting is that over the past few years, we've seen that many Arctic states have also adopted this approach. So the first hydrogen strategy in France was in 2018. We published another one in 2020, and we're supposed to publish yet another one in 2022 or 2023 if President Macron is re-elected in 2 weeks, but that's a different story. And so in the Arctic context, apart from Iceland, whose national strategy is going to come this year, hopefully, definitely all of the other states already have a more or less detailed hydrogen strategy. So this provides us with a basis to develop this collaboration, this cooperation, and I'm going to get deeper into that. Basically, in the Arctic Council context, I don't know if everybody's familiar with the Arctic Council. I assume you are, but within the Arctic Council context, a hydrogen initiative was created within the Sustainable Development Working Group back in June 2020. It is co-led by Norway and Russia, but of course, all activities in the Arctic Council are now being suspended due to the Ukraine war, obviously. So definitely, there's been a push for hydrogen at the pan-Arctic level, and on top of that, Russia has made of hydrogen a key cornerstone pillar, call it the way you want, of its presidency, of its chairmanship. Well, too bad it's turned out this way, but hydrogen was really front and center. It was front and center because all of these member states have a strategy, apart from Iceland, but that doesn't prevent Iceland from being active in hydrogen, of course. And also all of the observer states have an H2 strategy, all but one, and that is Switzerland. And of course, they're going to have one very soon. So everybody in the Arctic Council is involved in hydrogen in one way or another. And in Europe, the way we look at hydrogen is maybe a little bit different from what you may see how you may think about hydrogen in Alaska, for example. In Alaska, basically, you are a rentier state, and you're trying to make sure that your assets will not be depreciated too much as the world transitions toward clean energy. In Europe, it's a bit different. In Europe, for example, in France, we currently import 98% of our hydrocarbon demand from the outside world, 98%. So whether you ask a politician from the left wing, from the center, or from the right wing, or an ecologist, or even people now from the far right or far left, they will all tell you that hydrogen and its derivatives, of course, is basically the most quickly actionable way to regain some degree of energy sovereignty. So for us in France, in Germany, in Austria, in Italy, and so on, when we think about hydrogen, we first and foremost think about a new way, and possibly the most desirable way at this point, to regain some energy sovereignty. And the idea is to mix this with our carbon reduction and climate commitments. So the idea is to regain sovereignty and at the same time, decarbonize our economies. So in that context, if you plan, for example, a business model where you would develop a blue hydrogen plant in Alaska, thinking that you would export this blue hydrogen to Europe in 2030, well, you have to rethink your business model, because basically blue hydrogen in Europe is likely by 2030 or 2035 to be banned, because what we want is green hydrogen, or at least low carbon. That is green hydrogen and or nuclear-based electrolysis hydrogen, but not blue. And the Ukraine invasion has definitely accelerated this sense of urgency. You know that Western Europe is heavily dependent, of course, on Russian gas, but it goes deeper than that. So actually, Russia, for the past, 5 years from 2017, when they had this year of the environment in Russia, until the Ukraine war, the whole rhetoric regarding energy coming from the Kremlin was slightly changing from maybe you should import some natural gas because natural gas is more desirable than oil or coal. Okay. But they were saying at the same time, maybe you should start thinking about importing green hydrogen from Russia or nuclear-based hydrogen from Russia. And we were just about to fall into this trap because we were listening to these sirens. It was very, very impressive, the efforts that Russia put forth in Europe to lobby us vis-a-vis this hydrogen thing. They have the world's most ambitious hydrogen strategy to date. Of course, the situation is far different now than what it is when they published it last August, but you get the point. They were telling us, hey, this hydrogen will be green, or at least it will be low carbon, it will be cheap and abundant, and blah, 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 blah. So it kind of worked. And a lot of French, German, Australian, Italian, Spanish, and so on companies started investing in hydrogen projects in Russia. And actually, if you look at the projects, the hydrogen projects in Russia that had been developed over the past year and that were about to become reality in the 2020s, but are now, of course, suspended because of the Ukrainian war, that's a lot of projects. And many of them are either located in the Arctic or located in the Russian Far East, where the actual operating conditions from a business point of view, purely business point of view, are quite similar, despite the lower latitudes. So we were just about to fall into this trap. And there's one country that could be a great off-taker for Alaska that is falling into this trap right now, despite the Ukrainian war, and that is Japan. Japan is not stopping any of its commitments right now in Russia, and is still discussing, despite what's happening, still discussing hydrogen imports from the Russian Far East to Japan this decade. In Europe, we've decided to say no more. So this, what you're seeing on this slide, this happened during the past few weeks only. So we now have this Repower EU program that's being designed at the EU Commission level. So basically the government of the European Union, if you like. It's not a country, but it's just an analogy. So at this point, in the EU, we import from Russia, as you can see, 45% of our natural gas, 25% of our crude oil, 45% of our coal. In the last waves of sanctions decided this week, we've decided to stop right away the import of coal. But that's a small business for Russia, coal exports to Europe. So now the question that's left is, are we going to decide in the next waves of sanctions against Russia to stop importing some natural gas, for example? That's the big question here. And in the meantime, what the EU Commission is saying is, we have this program, Repower EU, and the objectives are simple. We're going full hydrogen and full electrification. The idea is to reduce our fossil fuel consumption, as you can see, by the likes of all of our imports from Russia by the end of the decade. This might be accelerated with the next discussions in Brussels over the next few weeks. But more importantly, when it comes to hydrogen, the Commission has decided to accelerate fourfold our EU low carbon hydrogen objectives, fourfold by the end of the decade. And there were already a lot of projects happening in Europe. As you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, there's a big European hydrogen project pipeline when it comes to production and transports. So we're not going to import everything from the outside. But definitely, if Alaska, or the US were to design some great scheme to export hydrogen to Europe, then the competition is likely to be fierce. Competition that's a long-term one, certainly from Greenland, but much closer much closer term from Iceland, we've just heard about it, from Norway, or from the MENA region, or just from the UK. Because remember, the UK has left the EU, right? So we heard a lot of talks as well in Canada to export hydrogen to Europe. And here, what is very interesting in Canada is that we have this great policy divide between the East and the West, where the East, so Quebec and the Atlantic provinces, they look towards Europe and they're keen on developing this export scheme to Europe, whereas the Western part is looking at Asia, of course. And of course, they look at Asia because they're not going to export their blue hydrogen to Europe. We just don't want it. And we don't want it because, and it's been discussed by so many previous speakers, the GHG emissions associated to it are still very important regardless. So that's what we have now. If you want to develop these export schemes, basically non-European players will have to adapt and to adopt EU norms, which are being developed right now. Certificates of origin, time proving, many things that right now are not really applicable, for example, to oil or gas, and that the European Commission is only designing at this point. And when it's done, it's likely to become a precedent because if Morocco, Nigeria, Namibia, Saudi Arabia, Norway, and the others want to export hydrogen to Europe, they will have to abide by these norms because the European market is too strong. So when it comes to Alaska, what I don't know at this point is whether the entry cost in terms of regulatory schemes is too big or not. I still have to do some further research on that. But Japan or South Korea or the Philippines, I mean, the Pacific region is likely to be a much more regulatory, in terms of legal framework, much more aligned with what you can have in Alaska compared to what's existing today. In Europe, everything is going to change in the next few weeks. And finally, I have 2 slides for my conclusion. I also wanted to mention the fact that H2 derivatives in Alaska itself, and particularly in the Aleutian Islands, are possibly enablers for Arctic shipping, not just decarbonization locally, but also Arctic shipping. For example, if you can develop a partnership between Alaskan communities and Maersk, for example, which is the leading shipping company that has decided to order some methanol-powered container ships, then definitely you can have here a competitive advantage to offer to place Alaska on the map here vis-a-vis not just the North Pacific Great Circle Route, but also vis-a-vis future Arctic routes if you want to develop them. But the second point I wanted to mention is in the Aleutian Island, there's a lot of talk about developing hydrogen thanks to geothermal or possibly some tidal generation, but electricity generation. But I wanted to just mention the fact that there's also possibly quite a lot of native hydrogen possibilities. And by native hydrogen, I mean, in Europe, we call it native hydrogen. Some people call it white hydrogen. I've seen some American people call it gold hydrogen. But anyway, my point is, this is definitely the holy grail because it can be renewable, depends on the types of native hydrogen you tap into. There's some in Iceland as well. I'm sure Anna knows it all too well. But anyway, my point is, this is the holy grail, and yet it's much, much, much overlooked. And there's a lot of resources that can be developed in terms of native hydrogen in Alaska, as we see, for example, in the French island of New Caledonia or in some other places in the Arctic. So if you speak French, you can find some more in my books. If you don't speak French, you can just hit me up on Twitter or by email or by phone. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Hey, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and to all our presenters. Now I want to bring you all back for the Q&A. We have a lot of questions in the chat, but one that keeps coming up and has been mentioned by several of our presenters and folks in the chat. everybody has a hydrogen strategy or a hydrogen roadmap, or almost everybody. Iceland's coming out, Alaska's coming out. Can you talk about, from what you've seen, what a good hydrogen strategy includes and what a bad hydrogen strategy includes from both the Hawaiian perspective, the Icelandic perspective, the global perspective? I think that might be very useful to a lot of our listeners and attendees. Thanks.
Can I take this?
Sure.
Well, I have actually had a sneak peek of the Icelandic strategy last fall, and obviously comparing it to other strategies that I've seen before. It at the time when it was introduced to stakeholders 6 months ago, it did not include any information on funding, like how are we going to get there. So it had ambitious targets and for different sectors using hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives for heavy duty, for marine vessels of any type, small and up to cargo or cruise, and aviation as well. But you also need to tell us how we're going to get there.
Go, Rick.
Yeah, my perspective a little bit in Hawaii, and we've managed to get language into some of the legislation this year, is there is an immense amount of energy planning going on, whether it's with DOE or HNEI is involved or the HECO, the utility itself, looking at integration of renewables, looking at integration of transportation and the power sector, and looking at kind of at agnostic ways what's needed and then where are the solutions. And then hydrogen doesn't necessarily get into that planning. And then hydrogen comes out with a parallel plan of look at all the things hydrogen can do. So I think the missing piece is how do you integrate hydrogen capability into, not just look what it can do, but the detailed quantitative energy plan is going on so you can find out where the real opportunities are. And that was kind of why I focus on that firm power is, there's a big debate going on. How much firm power do we need? How far can we go with solar? And it seems really clear. We're going to need a lot of firm power. And it may be for 72 hours, 3 days a year, a couple times a year, but we can quantify that. And then you fold in transportation. So it's where do you get the high value, but it can't be done absent looking at the entire energy system. And I think to some degree, that's where hydrogen's had a hard time getting traction. Is it kind of done in a parallel path? And at least here we're hoping to be able to bring it into the overall modeling effort. It gets mentioned, but it doesn't get really included to the extent that it could.
Michael?
So at this point in the world, you've got 26 national strategy that have been published, and you've got another 22, at least by my count last week, countries that are preparing one. And when we've studied all of this, the three things that seems key to me are education, access to funding, and the coordination between the national decision makers and the local decision makers. So in Iceland, it's not much of a problem. In Hawaii, I'm not sure it's much of a problem. But in a country like France or in Russia or even in Norway or in Finland, it's totally different. If you don't have a coordination between the national strategy and the local regional decision makers, you're never going to deliver the objectives. Then access to funding, that's a problem we have in the Arctic. How do you beat the fact that bankers and capital providers are so much more risk averse in the Arctic than they are elsewhere in the world? And thirdly, education. And that is something, for example, we've shared with the Chilean government or with the Uruguayan government. We told them, you have these great objectives and it's fantastic and you're going to make a lot of money and so on. But are you going to build actually a path for youngsters, or not youngsters even, to become hydrogen engineers, hydrogen trainees, or whatever? And if you don't have that, then you will not be able to deliver as well, or at least not as quickly as you claim you will.
Excellent point. Steve, you mentioned something earlier about moving your module from a customized trailer to a TEU, which led to what you were talking about, Rick, the inter-island economy, which led to what you talked about, Anna, moving hydrogen to the towns of Iceland that are primarily on the coast. To what you talked about, Micah, which is about the Outream Air and how very much most of those are islands. And yet maritime transport of hydrogen or even hydrogen processing equipment, if you're not moving it itself, is capital intensive and is a regulatory new front for many agencies and countries. What can we do? Alaska, of course, being a maritime dependent domain as well for many communities. What can we do to facilitate maritime transportation of hydrogen or hydrogen enablers in both your areas and then across the Arctic?
So that was for me, I guess.
Well, it's for it's for everybody. It's for everybody. Steve on the practical side, Rick on the Hawaiian. Just jump in.
On the practical side, well, you need to be actually practical, and that is, if I rephrase this, you don't want politicians to be the only ones determining what the strategy is. And for example, that's a problem we see in, for example, Uzbekistan, or in Namibia or in Egypt, where actually it's a top-down strategy and there's no practicality, actually. For example, they want to develop, a country that wants to develop a maritime export scheme to Europe or Japan or South Korea. And at the time when they develop their strategy, they don't involve ports and ship owners, well, that's not going to work. And definitely we've seen that as well in Europe. So, I mean, I don't want to name names, but building the stakeholders community is absolutely key. You don't want this to be only a political decision and political worlds.
Great. Anybody else, Steve?
Yeah, I would say as maybe the technologists of the group or one of them, the pain point. We're looking at an economy or a market sector that doesn't technically exist. You have some demonstration projects, and I'm a firm believer that, like said earlier in the conference, that technology can meet the goals. We can get together smart people, engineers, and solve some of the problems. But when we don't understand what the pain and the gain is it's tricky to prop up a economy. So I kind of default back to commit on how we want to do it. Are we going to do ammonia? Are we going to do liquid transport? And you can hear all the technical back, like, oh, well, this might not work. This might not work. That stuff starts to fall away when I think we get a little bit more commitment from everyone, and that starts with education and some of the financial resources.
Great.
So one final comment, the technology needs to get ready and people do need to be educated about its capability. But the way Hawaii goes about these projects is, and I agree, getting the politicians to try to direct that what should be done in detail is really problematic. But in general, our utility has been required for a while now to identify their needs and then to go out for bids in an agnostic way. So there's nothing that has prevented any company who thinks they can produce hydrogen cost effectively and integrate it into the system to bid on those projects. To my knowledge, no one has. So we still have a real economic hurdle to get over. Now, part of it might be if we can show benefits, what level of incentives would it require so that they could start to compete? I mean, solar, wind, they do get production tax credits. There are incentives in there, but whatever is happening is it's not getting bid into the system to actually deploy in a commercial way. Again, it's demonstration projects. It's still technology. It's looking at what the benefits are, but getting it into that business model is still, in my mind, not fully vetted and not where it needs to be.
And Anna, I'll give you the last words. Ben in chat says, we don't want to develop a new generation of stranded assets. I'll paraphrase him a little, which we in Alaska are very familiar with. So Anna, last word, and then I think we're over time. So I'll give it to you, Anna.
I want to come back to Mika's point on the ports and the need for this to be a collaborative effort. And I know it may sound cheesy and silly and childish, but really that's what it is about. I mean, obviously, as soon as, because if we want to talk about ports as energy hubs, the ports at this point are oftentimes thinking, you know, do we want to be an energy hub? And absolutely, as soon as it becomes a business case, the ports will become energy hubs. Will they be the ones to decide which fuel is the fuel of the future? No. Who will? I wish I knew.
Anna, thank you. That's a great way to finish up. And I will put in a shameless plug that at the Arctic X event in Anchorage on May 23rd, we will have a panel on maritime, including port modernization for the green, for the energy transition and green shipping corridors. So with that plug, I will give it back to Erin. I know Micah is about to get locked into the building there in Paris. So Erin, over to you. And thank you, everybody. Please follow up with me. There are a lot of opportunities to collaborate here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And I'm just really struck by all the perspectives we've heard, not just from this panel, but over the last 2 days. You know, we are hearing from people in so many different time zones all over the world. It's truly wonderful to hear all of your perspectives and to have these discussions. I wish we could continue, except that where I am, it's actually getting quite late. So thank you again. I would like to just wrap up with a couple observations from these last 2 days. And these are just my observations. And I hope it's just the start of many more fruitful conversations to come. And then we'll have some next steps and wrap it up for the day. So I will say one of the things I've heard is that, you know, we need a renewable energy policy in Alaska. We need a roadmap. I think, you know, more than that, we need a positive, you know, outcome-based vision for our state. And, you know, I think there are those of us who would, you know, like to see hydrogen be the main player. I think hydrogen will be part of whatever this vision is. But, you know, I think we need outcomes, desired outcomes for our communities with regard to self-sufficiency and affordability of energy and sustainability. I think we need desired outcomes for our place in the global markets and the Arctic. I think we need desired outcomes with regard to how we partner with other countries in the energy landscape. Desired outcomes and a vision for our urban power and heat systems. And then even desired outcomes for how we see our energy infrastructure evolving in Alaska. And I think that will drive, you know, whatever future we have for Alaska, whether it's hydrogen dominated or some combination of resources. So that's one takeaway that I have. Another takeaway that I have from these 2 days is that we absolutely have to continue to work together, and we need to have all the voices heard. This mirrors something that Sunita talked about, that, you know, you can't just whistle a symphony. You need all the instruments. You know, we need industry representatives, we need academic representatives, we need government agencies, we need community representatives. If we leave any of these groups out, we will not have a successful strategy, because at the end of the day, moving forward with hydrogen or any kind of energy future really is about coordination. And so we need all these pieces of the puzzle. So I hope that over these last 2 days, we have demonstrated the value of hearing this diversity of voices and the importance of making sure that everyone is contributing to that conversation. The other takeaway I have is that, boy, you know what? We need to get some pilot projects up here. We need to try things. We need to test things. These don't have to be huge projects. They can be small community-based projects, but let's see how things work. Let's try them out. Let's provide proof of concept. Let's pioneer this landscape. And, to that end, what incentives do we need to get those pilot projects up here? We need to be a leader. We need to publicize the results of those pilot projects and show that they can be done. The fourth takeaway I have is that we really need to think about the different economics between employing or deploying rather, hydrogen projects in our communities versus exporting hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives. Trying to drive down the price for export so that it's competitive on a global market is not the same as the economics that have to be considered for our communities. The economics for our communities may simply involve beating the current price of fuel. And that's not the same as the price we might need for an export market. So I would encourage us to really be careful in how we think about the economics, and that it doesn't have to be a one size fits all, but that there can be different economic considerations for different pathways in this hydrogen landscape for our state so that we see the most benefit. And finally, I really think we should take advantage of our unique assets in Alaska. And one of those for sure is the maritime sector. We have a huge concentration of maritime participants and traffic. And I think there are lots of opportunities there that we can excel in. I would be tempted to add aviation to that list, but I've been told that we need to stay tuned for the Electrify Everything conference next month to hear more about that. So again, I think we need to play to our strengths. Again, these are my takeaways. I think that lots of you, as evidenced by the chat, have valuable insights here. I am just so grateful for the conversations that we've had and the very spirited discussions. I can't wait and I hope to see many of you at the May Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference. And with that, I am going to turn the stage over to Gwen Holdman, our ACEP director, to talk about next steps before we wrap up for the day. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. And, it's funny, we didn't actually have a chance to kind of coordinate on this, but I really like the 4 points that you made there. And I think it fits really well into sort of this question around next steps. And the first thing I want to do, though, is really commend and thank you for the really great work you did in pulling together this workshop. And it's been really fantastic to sort of end it on this note of like looking at these other opportunities to learn from other places in the Arctic. Anna, we're very familiar actually with Iceland and have a lot of collaboration going on there. Erin being over in Germany right now too. I think that there's just real opportunities to collaborate with our partners in other nations and other places like Hawaii, for example. I think, Erin, in terms of next steps, you mentioned that we want to be working together. I think that a forum to kind of continue these really fantastic conversations is through the working group, the hydrogen working group that we're standing up. And we've encouraged folks to go ahead and register for that, because that's definitely a mechanism for continuing this dialogue and inviting additional speakers so we can kind of continue to tease out some of the questions that we have and understand where this opportunity space really is for Alaska. This idea of developing a vision or a strategy, I think that Alaska doesn't currently have any kind of a hydrogen roadmap or really even a state energy strategy. And so that's something that I think that the university can play a role with stakeholders, many of whom are at the virtual table here today in doing. And so that's something we're working with the administration and other state agencies on helping to organize and coordinate. And then, yeah, your comment about trying things, testing things, piloting things, that's a lot of where ACEP tries to work with our communities and our industries and identifying what that opportunity space is, whether it might be testing a methanol engine in our lab or working with communities to deploy some sort of a, hydrogen long duration energy storage project. So I think that that's another space that we are very interested in collaborating with all of you on in the future. And so, I share your thoughts, Erin, that Alaska does have some unique assets and unique opportunities in this space, both in terms of looking at our domestic energy supply, but then looking at these sorts of opportunities to continue to remain relevant globally as an energy exporting state in a changing global landscape. And, I think right now there are a lot of unknowns, right? And we've talked about some of those, but the pretty tragic war in Ukraine has really changed the global energy landscape, and it's shifted quite a bit, just even in the last couple of months, which some of that will probably represent some pretty permanent changes. And that means the opportunity for Alaska might be quite different today than it even was a couple of months ago. And so to continue to understand that and understand the role that our diverse set of energy options here in Alaska could play both for our domestic market, but then looking at how we can fit in terms of a global energy transition, I think is something that we're excited to continue to work with all of you on in the future. And so, I appreciate everyone's time. I thank you again, Erin. You've done a fantastic job of pulling together some amazing speakers. Our moderators for each of the panels have been really spot on, and the participants and the questions that have been asked, we didn't get to all of them, I think, as part of this workshop. So I think that we'll maybe assemble those questions and use those as a basis for some of how we structure the working group in terms of the speakers that we might invite there, so we can get some more deep dives into some of these areas. But again, thank you, Erin. Thank you also to Government Event Services for helping organize this event. And we do look forward to hopefully seeing many of you in person at the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference in May. So.
Terrific. Thank you, Gwen. So in conclusion, thank you all for joining us for the Hydrogen in the High North Decarbonizing Fuels workshop sponsored by the Alaska Center for Energy and Power. The recording of this workshop will be available on the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference website at www.alaskasustainableenergy.com/virtual-workshop at a later date. Please continue to check back for information. We will also be sending out a short survey following this workshop and would love to have your feedback. We'll also drop that into the chat now. We hope you enjoyed the workshop and the content was valuable to you. Please take a minute to complete this survey to help the Planning Committee improve future workshops, including the one next month. We appreciate all the incredible moderators, panelists, and virtual attendees, all of you. Thank you so much. Our next free virtual workshop is Electrify Everything. It's happening on Tuesday, May 3rd and Wednesday, May 4th. It will be another jam-packed 2 days. And if this is a topic that interests you, please be sure to register there at the website listed on the slide. Also, be sure to check out the upcoming Arctic X in-person Innovation X Lab event happening on Monday, May 23rd in Anchorage, Alaska. Visit energy.gov/ArcticX to register and for more information. And then, of course, following that, we hope to see you all at the Alaska Sustainable Energy Conference at the Denina Center in Anchorage on May 24th through 26th. So with that, I say good afternoon, good evening, see you soon. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much.